trying to build your FICO score, and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio, because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined. Absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life. But you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
5:06. It's time to take comfort with Air Comfort and time to check the roads in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Get the latest this morning with Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. On the outbound Kennedy, we're still seeing delays from around California Avenue to Addison. 3 left lanes are blocked with a crash. It's been there for a while. Looking at about a 10-minute delay now. 30 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound, it's fine. The Edens is clear now. No problems or delays to report on the Eisenhower, the Stevenson, or the Rhine. The tollways are looking good. The CTA reports some residual delays on the Brown line. There was an earlier mechanical problem at Wellington. Once again, major work is scheduled in downtown Chicago this weekend. The inbound Eisenhower and westbound Congress close at the Burns Circle at 10 tonight. And you'll have the Kennedy and the Ryan down to 1 lane in each direction between Ohio and 18th from 8 p.m. Saturday to 10 a.m. Sunday. Traffic is a service of Whole Foods Market. This week at Whole Foods Market, save on peaches for $1.48 per pound. Visit any of their 25 Chicagoland locations, including the new and improved Willowbrook store, relocated to 6300 Kingery Highway. Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer is next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence. Since 1935, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, some sunshine giving way to clouds, high of 77. Then tonight, cloudy with a couple of late-night showers, low 65. Cloudy and humid with a couple of showers around tomorrow. A thunderstorm later, high 75. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
59 at O'Hare, 62 along Chicago's lakefront, 56 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 5:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Great coffee. Period.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In the political world tonight, all eyes on Vice President Joe Biden. New poll numbers show he's riding a wave of popularity over Hillary Clinton.
Allison Parker and Adam Ward were part of our family.
We can probably screen more, but by and large, we get great employees here. One's going to slip through the cracks every now and then.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
You look nice today. What's going on after the show? Where are we going?
I just like to look nice for our listeners on the live video stream.
But the tuxedo, I mean, that's a little much. Do you have tails on that? Oh.
No, traditional. Or I should say modern, not traditional. Yeah.
Nice cummerbund, too.
Save the top hat and tails for another day, the cane or walking stick.
Oh, that's right.
As
walking stick.
Urban sophisticate like myself might say. Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Rest in peace, Dr. Duncan Stein, a.k.a. Sir Slam, a.k.a. Chocolate Thunder, which ironically was my nickname when I played basketball.
Yeah, you've
know
mentioned Chocolate
why.
Thunder several times
Yeah.
on this show, and I always wondered, gosh, does he really love Mr. Daryl Hawkins?
That was my Daryl Dawkins.
Daryl Dawkins, excuse
Yes,
me.
yes.
And then what was your reaction this morning when you found out he passed away? He was so young. He was only, 58?
Yeah, he passed away yesterday is when I found out. But
Okay. Well, he's still dead today. I'm sorry. Moment of silence.
a little soon for joking about the rim wrecker. But Daryl Dawkins, great basketball player, 58 years, very sad, heart attack apparently. But part of my formative years watching those Sixer teams play against my beloved Celtics, of course, and the Lakers. But anyway, Daryl Dawkins, thanks for the memories. Seriously, great player.
Was he-
And I think he was the first, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
Mike Scott is a basketball fan. He may be able to correct me, but I think Daryl Dawkins was the first high school player
Yes, no,
taken
he was.
in the first round.
He was the very first high school player. Never went to college. He went straight from high school to the NBA. First person to ever do that.
No, but I don't think. No,
yeah,
no,
he
no.
was. That's what I heard on ABC News this morning.
I think Moses Malone was the first player
I think he
drafted from
played
high
one-
school. Daryl Dawkins.
I'm going to the. You're making me go to the big box early.
Well, the big box is in my head between my ears
Oh,
here.
hey now.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Did you hear?
I'm telling you, ABC
get a wind
News.
of that, sister? Yeah.
ABC News said he was the first player to go straight from high school to the pros.
Forgive me if I don't take everything ABC News as,
I know.
as gospel.
Get a second source.
I think, and you have these simpletons in the news business who don't follow sports and don't have the texture on sports as they don't on so many issues in so many sectors. I think he was the first high school player taken in the first round. Moses Malone was the first high school player to be drafted.
That is correct, in 1974.
1974. Dang it. Got me, Dan.
All right.
But wait, is he the first NBA player to smash a backboard?
Not true. You know who the first player to do that?
I'm
It's
sure
an
you're going to
interesting
tell
bit
me.
of trivia.
All right.
Thank you for asking. We'll be doing 4 hours on
Chocolate Thunder.
well, and
your memories of Chocolate
Sure.
Thunder, 312-642-5600.
and broken backboards.
That's the name of my new band.
First NBA player to smash a backboard, I believe, was the rifleman Chuck Connors.
Oh.
But here's the interesting thing about that. I'm so glad you asked.
Yes,
Dan,
please.
what's so interesting about that? Thank you.
Oh, Dan, what's so interesting about
Yeah.
that?
He didn't do it by slamming the ball. He did it because the setup of the rim was so flimsy. It was actually a jump shot that hit the front of the rim and snapped the backboard.
Oh, so that's
So
why.
Daryl Dawkins was the Chocolate Thunder, as both he and I were known. He was the first to popularize doing it.
Okay.
And then remember, like in the modern era, Shaq brought the whole stanchion down. Remember when he was at the
Right.
Orlando Magic? Remember
Mhm.
that? Yeah.
Brought the whole thing down.
Yeah. All right.
Dead at age 58. Known for Chocolate Thunder for his dunks, similar to Dan Proft.
Yes.
How many backboards did you shatter?
Nerf backboards count?
Yes, they do.
0.0.
I could dunk the basketball at one time.
Really?
Yes.
Regulation size ball, regulation size
yes,
net.
on a full adult rim and all that. Once upon a time,
Do you have video of that?
when I was spry, I was known as the White Spud Webb, Spud Webb by no one. I was known by that as White Spud Webb by no one. But Daryl Dawkins, he was a great player. Like, he was kind of infectious. He's one of those players. He was a player's player. Everybody loved him. So it is very, very sad. 58. Okay, so that's enough NBA for the next 2 weeks. Moving on to more serious matters, Virginia shooting. So Allison Parker's father spoke to CNN. And in these instances, my want is to give grieving parents a lot of latitude.
Mm-hmm.
They're going through the Kubler-Ross model here, and
Well-
he's at the anger stage.
Right. Well, when you're grieving, you do things out of character. And that
All right,
this
all right.
might be a situation of that.
All right, hold it. I will take
Okay.
all Daryl Dawkins-related stories. We will preempt regular programming
All
for
right.
Daryl
We'll
Dawkins
get
stories.
back to the
All right, so
shooting.
hold on a second. Jerry in Bensenville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, gang.
Good morning.
There's an interesting little tidbit about Daryl Dawkins. He used to wear jersey number 53, and he was asked why he wore that number. He said because he was born on the 53rd of November.
Thanks for the call, Jerry. I appreciate it. That is a good Dawkins story. That reminds me of Dave Parker. Remember the great outfielder for the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Yes, I remember him very well.
He used to wear a chain with a Star of David on it. And somebody asked him, "Are you Jewish?" And he said, "No." He said, "Well, why do you wear a Star of David?" And he said, "Because I'm a star named David."
Oh my gosh. Can I tell you a story? I'm not trying to one-up you.
Yeah, it's going to be
this
tough.
This is college ball.
It's going to be
though.
tough to one-up Jerry from Bensonville.
I had a friend that played basketball at University of Colorado, and his teammate, his last name was Guest. So guess what he changed his first name to?
America's.
House. So his name was House Guest. Mm-hmm.
No.
No?
That does not. That doesn't even.
That doesn't even come
That's not even
close?
better than the Dave Parker story, much less the Daryl Dawkins 53rd of November. All right. Enough of Amy's silliness and her obsession with NBA basketball.
Yeah, and Chocolate Thunder.
Right. Now that we've corrected the record on Moses Malone versus Daryl Dawkins, that we've settled that debate, we'll get on to more serious matters and take up what Mr. Parker, the father of the slain TV reporter in Virginia, had to say right after this.
Very good at free throws. Seriously, free throws are probably the best facet of my game.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
For your Big Fun Friday, some sunshine giving way to clouds that will finally be warmer around here. A high of 77 degrees, cooler near the lake, of course. Saturday looks mostly cloudy with humid, a couple of showers or passing thunderstorms, a high of 75. And on Sunday, more clouds than sun, again, highs in the upper 70s. Let's get the travel times and see how the outbound Kennedy is doing near Belmont. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Happy Friday. Morning, Dan. Kennedy outbound. It's stop and go from California to Addison, where there is a crash. Been there for quite a while now. 3 left lanes remain blocked. 30 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound, it's fine at 20. There's road work again this morning on Arlington Heights Road at the Adams Tollway. 2 left lanes are blocked each way till 6 a.m. Major work scheduled downtown again at the Burns Circle. Also, there will be weekend work on the Brown Line, and the green and pink lines will be shut down, with parts of them will be. The pink line trains will only run between 54th, Cermak, and Clinton with no loop service. Green line trains will operate from Harlem and Lake to Clinton and between 63rd and the Loop. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy, slam dunks. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask why are conditions the way they are and how can those conditions be improved. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property, criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security. Listen very carefully. We're the home security experts at LiveWatch, and we're taking you down. Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
AM 560, The Answer.
Text from Steve on 88.
You're going to read it?
R.I.P. Chocolate Thunder. We're talking about Gerald Dawkins, of course. And I'd love to hear Dan's own basketball stories when he was known as Almond Joy. Those stories are going to have to wait, Steve, but I appreciate your interest. So yesterday, as I mentioned earlier, the father of Allison Parker, the TV reporter in Virginia who was murdered, spoke, and he focused on gun control. He had spoken to Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe, and they're in vociferous agreement that gun control is the issue of the day. And Mr. Parker said that if it requires him to be the John Walsh of gun control, then that's what he's going to be.
Her life was cut short. She had so much potential, and it's senseless that her life and Adam's life were taken by a crazy person with a gun. And if I have to be the John Walsh of gun control, and I'm for the Second Amendment, but there has to be a way to force politicians that are cowards and in the pockets of the NRA to come to grips and make sense, have sensible laws so that crazy people can't get guns.
But the thing is, he purchased the gun legally. They did do a background check on him.
Yeah.
He cleared.
He had no arrest record, and he had no documented record of mental illness.
But that's the problem, because he was...
So what are you supposed to do? I mean, that's the question.
Yeah, that is the question.
And it's the question to Mr. Parker, too. I mean, again, I just want to give grieving parents, grieving family members, friends, whatever you say in those moments, I almost just discount for in the moment. I understand anger and sadness and loss. So I'm not going to go after Mr. Parker. But the argument that he offers up is just a difficult one, because it demands this question. Okay, I want to keep guns out of the hands of people that are mentally ill
or
violent
yeah.
as well. So you tell me what we should do that we're not currently doing.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Because I've worked in several newsrooms, and there have been several crazy people where you wonder, oh my God, is he going to come in with a duffel bag with something clanging inside of it?
But enough about Warner Saunders.
No. And what we need to do, and I know you don't want more big government intervention, you don't want more bureaucratic red tape, but we need to, as a society, if a corporation has an employee who is unstable, who has distributed unstable behavior more than a dozen times, their name needs to be put on some list so that they can make sure that they don't get a gun. I know it seems so stupid and simple, but
I don't.
It might not ever work, but
I don't know what. So, but here's the thing. What are the specific instances that would qualify you for the list? Who is the keeper of the list?
Okay,
and what
HR
what
directors.
does having your name on that list implicate? I mean, to your point, there's actually an interesting piece in Time by Errol Lewis, who talks about the real issue behind the on-air killings of journalists, more generally. He talks about the issue of workplace violence, which is what you're speaking of. He writes that according to the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, workplace violence has dropped in recent years, but it's still startlingly frequent. Nearly a decade ago, 20 workers were murdered every week. A more recent report shows the tide of violence declining, but as of 2009, 521 people were killed on the job, and 572,000 non-fatal violent crimes took place, including rape, robbery, and assault. That averages out to more than 10 lives lost every week. And so, the issue of workplace violence and how, as you were just referencing, HR directors and corporate policy handles individuals that may be seen as more than just disruptive at the workplace, but potentially violent. That's a legitimate discussion.
And yesterday, the general manager came out. His HR director was behind him. She worked there when Vester Flanagan was there. And they said that he was reprimanded several times for violent outbursts. And it's part of his agreement. In order to stay at the station, he had to seek counseling. And they said that he did comply and he did go to counseling, but sometimes mistakes happen.
Well, almost every reporter I've asked that of, I've asked the question back. First of all, yes, there are probably things we can do. We can probably, screen more. But by and large, we get great employees here. One's going to slip through the cracks every now and then.
And they believe that that's
but
what happened.
But again, just to highlight how complicated this is in terms of a panacea for this issue. Marks also said that after Flanagan was fired, Marks, the GM, that after Flanagan was fired, there were no warning signs, and he didn't stalk anyone at the station. Employees who saw Flanagan in public said there were no problems. Mark did concede that it seemed Flanagan annoyed people in the newsroom, but annoying people, that's not quite enough. I mean, you mentioned the other instances, but then you've got a 2-year interregnum between his termination and the events of the other day, and you've got this recounting of people's interactions with him. So it's just not as simple as we would like it to be, is my point.
But when you have a dozen reporters coming forward almost on a daily basis complaining about things, you need to do something. Here's a former coworker.
He was fired.
He would get angry about things that he had no reason to be angry about. He came pretty much to blows with a reporter in a live truck on a story.
He met Allison Parker when Allison was an intern there, and he accused Allison of making racist comments. That was the two interaction, and then he was fired before she was hired there full time.
Right, but also let's also keep something else in mind. In light of the events that occurred, in light of the murders, people are going to re-look back at their interaction with Flanagan, and they're going to look at it in a different light now, aren't they? People have, I'm sorry, 2 years and interactions that Marks, the
if somebody
GM,
scares you, you remember. I could give you names right now of people who have scared me and have slammed doors so hard that they've broken and shattered glass.
So were people so concerned about Flanagan so they knew he was still in the area 2 years after he was fired?
Yes, they were concerned his dad, Mr. Parker, would not let Allison live in the same apartment complex because they knew he was there. That's proven.
And employees all had interaction with him. Employees saw Flanagan in public. There were no problems. This is according to Marks. So if they believe that Allison Parker or the photog were in danger, did they take evasive steps because they believed they were in imminent danger? No, they didn't. They didn't. And I'm not blaming them. I'm suggesting that it is very difficult to know. And people are going to go back and look at their interactions with Flanagan, and they're going to think about them in a different light based on what he did. Now, the other interesting information that's out yesterday is a bit of a look inside his residence, and
well, he had pictures of himself right all over the refrigerator.
Well, that's not the only thing. This is a little concerning.
Does it have to do with his gay porn website that he owned?
No, it has to do with that his apartment was covered in cat urine and cat feces.
Oh,
and those two cats are missing.
Okay. In his car, they found 17 stamped letters, 3 license plates, wigs, a shawl. So apparently he was trying to evade police.
Or he was just getting ready for the weekend. He had a gay pride flag and sex toys with human material on them.
What does that mean? Okay,
you know what it means.
All right.
Photographs inside of his apartment show a bare mattress, refrigerator covered with glamour shots of Flanagan, as you suggested.
Well, we had that reporter on yesterday who said he was a male model before he became a reporter, which I didn't know before we had our guest on yesterday. So.
All right. Well, coming
At
up.
least we don't have to go through a trial.
that this is true.
And quickly, new information this morning, Vicki Gardner, the survivor, she said that while he was standing over her, his pistol jammed, and that's why she survived. And she went through 2 surgeries, lost a kidney, but she's going to be okay.
That's a bit of good news.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you had questions about purchasing a home, you called me and I helped you. When you and your parents had questions about reverse mortgages, you called me and I helped you. When you needed help refinancing to lower your mortgage payments so you could afford the home after your spouse passed away, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me, david@pearldavid.com. That's david at PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA, NMLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, too soon. Chocolate Thunder, Dan Proft, is going to dunk for us after the show. We're going to set up a regulation-sized net in the parking lot and see if he's still got game.
Yeah, stupid human tricks went out with David Letterman.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hillary Clinton calls all Republican presidential candidates terrorists.
We'll take your calls, 312-642-5600. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
58 degrees this morning, clear skies. The lockdown at Savannah State University in Georgia lifted after an earlier shooting on campus. Local media there reporting one person was hospitalized. Sewage fouling a popular beach in Hawaii for the second time this week. Hawaii American Water says 1 million gallons of treated but not yet disinfected wastewater was discharged into the ocean. A tropical storm brewing off the coast of Puerto Rico could turn into a hurricane by the time it reaches Florida next week. We're talking about Erica, and Governor Rick Scott is urging Floridians to get ready.
Hopefully this will not be a big problem, but we live in a peninsula, so let's get prepared.
Erica ripped through the Caribbean island of Dominica, dumping 12 inches of rain in less than 12 hours. Firefighters still holding their own against the largest wildfire on record in Washington state. Rising temps and increasing winds have been stoking the 450-square-mile Okanagan complex fire. Asian stocks are higher in Friday trading. Yesterday's revised estimate of U.S. economic growth at 3.7% is boosting some traders' outlooks, and Japan's benchmark Nikkei is also up. This week marks the 10th anniversary of the costliest natural disaster in U.S. history, Hurricane Katrina. Speaking at a community center in the Lower Ninth Ward yesterday, the president praised the city's recovery since the killer storm.
Because of you, the people of New Orleans working together, this city is moving in the right direction. And I have never been more confident that together we will get to where we need to go. You inspire me.
Former President George W. Bush and his wife Laura will be in New Orleans today. Austrian police say 3 have been arrested in connection with the deaths of 71 migrants found in a food truck stuck on an Austrian highway. A wig, a license plate, ammunition among the items police found in the car of the disgruntled broadcaster who murdered a Virginia television crew. Vester Flanagan killed reporter Allison Parker and cameraman Adam Ward Wednesday. Flanagan later died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Police say it appears that Flanagan had wanted to be on the lam for some time. City and state transportation officials are warning motorists to prepare for another weekend of road closures and heavy traffic in Chicago because of the Circle Interchange bottleneck work. All shows at Chicago's Second City are canceled through at least the weekend after Wednesday's Old Town fire. And police are on the lookout this morning for a man who tried to abduct 2 sixth-grade girls in Aurora. Police say the man told girls to get in his car near Linda Court and Best Place. The girls took off for a nearby Walmart and ran inside for safety. The suspect did not follow. Giants rout the Cubs 9-1. White Sox double up the Mariners 4-2. Bears take on the Bengals tomorrow. The news, a service of the American Association of Cancer Research. the largest organization dedicated to finding cures through research. Please support cancer research by donating today at aacrfoundation.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Republican Party is attempting to take Trump off of state ballots.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Hey, the party elites don't get to decide who gets to run for president and who doesn't. The voters decide. You know what? They'll never get it. My family before party. My money before party. My country before party. And damn it, you better believe it's my freedom before any party.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Hurry into a Cabela's nearest you.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a risk-free trial, call 1-800-550-1388.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these risk-free trials last. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Are you willing to pay more for life insurance than you should? Well, did you know you could save as much as 70% on term life insurance? Hi, I'm Brent Langdon for AIG Direct. We partnered with American General Life to find you their most affordable rates on term life insurance products. And I mean affordable. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. Call 1-800-941-9366. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how much we could save you. It only takes 5 minutes, and you could save up to 70%, and the call is absolutely free. Call 1-800-941-9366. That's 1-800-941-9366.
537 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Trouble on the Kennedy. Jim Telemonte.
That's right. My crash has been there for a while now at Addison on the outbound side. It is jammed from Demon to Addison, where 3 left lanes are blocked. It is 40 minutes from downtown to O'Hare. Police say they estimate getting this cleared within the next 20 to 30 minutes. The inbound side is fine. There's some delays on westbound 190 at the airport from the Kennedy to River Road. There's a crash. Inbound Rye and inbound Bishop Ford with mild delays. Everything else still good. Traffic service of Cabela's. Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are going on now. Spend $150. Get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. Good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season. Going on now at Cabela's. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. A service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Sunshine will give way to clouds, a high of 77. Cloudy for your first night of high school football in the state of Illinois. Could be a couple of showers to watch out for, especially keep that passing game in check. Low 65 and cloudy and humid tomorrow, maybe a thunderstorm. High 75. 59 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Nice. Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So Hillary was stumping in Ohio yesterday.
I heard.
Yeah.
I saw. I came. I watched. I left.
She had a lot to say, and she started up and with her characteristic Hillary flourishes. She's such a gifted rhetorician, isn't she?
She's really bad.
Yeah, she's a
at the lectern. I mean, she is a
terrible
horrible candidate.
I don't
feel no ways tired.
That's a good example of how horrific she is.
I mean, it's bad.
Here's a couple other examples.
Okay.
Don't be distracted by the flamboyant front runner. If you look at their policies, most of the other candidates are just Trump without the pizzazz or the hair. It is a great reality TV show, isn't it?
Pizzazz. Thanks, Grandma. You millennials out there, isn't it fun to have a candidate like Hillary who really gets you, talks your lingo?
You know, she's on Snapchat and all.
You may have seen that I recently launched a Snapchat account. I love it. I love it. Those messages disappear all by themselves.
She's so much fun. That's why nobody likes her.
But when did she lose her charisma? I mean, she...
All
right.
You can't lose something you never had.
I thought she used to have charisma.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Snoopy.
Where's
Scooby. Or Snoopy. Or
No, where's
Shaggy
the
or-
machine? The Dream Machine? Remember she was driving around Iowa in the van?
Yeah.
The Scooby-Doo van?
That gimmick is over.
Okay.
Because she's got bigger issues like the handling of her email problem, which is frustrating Democrat leaders. Lead story in the New York Times. Interviews with more than 75 Democrat governors, lawmakers, candidates, and party members have laid bare a widespread bewilderment that Mrs. Clinton has allowed a cloud to settle over her candidacy. Well, that's what you have to do when you break the law. They suggest, among others, what Ed Rendell suggests, former governor of Pennsylvania, big labor tool. Listen to him. He's a Hillary supporter. They've handled the email issue poorly, maybe atrociously, certainly horribly. The campaign has been incredibly tone deaf, not seeing this as a more serious issue. You may want to note this and cut and paste this Ed Rendell quote. Send it over to all your Hillary supporter friends, Amy. The campaign has been incredibly tone deaf, not seeing this as a more serious issue. She should have turned over the email server at the start because they should have known they'd be forced to give it up. But at this point, there's nothing they can do to kill the issue. They're just left playing defense. Well, you have to play defense when you're caught covering up illegal activity, Governor Rendell. And so this is what is fueling the Biden talk, which Clinton is going to try to end before Biden ends her. Politico reporting the campaign is inviting its top fundraisers to Brooklyn headquarters for a day of strategy sessions with Robbie Mook and the boys next week. The Hillblazers. Oh, my goodness. Could you imagine if you're a serious person, if it's accomplished something in life, you're raising money for Hillary Clinton, you're called a Hillblazer? Ugh.
There's a hashtag for that and a T-shirt.
Yes, and a pantsuit. So the Hillblazers are going to start having regular policy briefings via conference calls to keep them in the fold as people are getting a little bit nervous about Hillary's political fortunes.
Well, Joe Biden yesterday had a conference call with Democratic leaders, and CNN somehow, I don't know how this happened, Dan, but CNN got a hold of that conversation.
Because they were on it.
If I were to announce to run, I have to be able to commit to all of you that I would be able to give it my whole heart and my whole soul. And right now, both are pretty well banged up.
Yeah, they're banged up because of the recent loss of his son. Okay, why? I know it wasn't so recent. And
he's a human being. He lost his son. It's a terrible thing.
It's
and I'll
horrible.
begrudge him that. But you at the end of the day, he's going to make a decision based on this. I don't think it. I think bringing it up all the time as the impediment to Joe Biden running for president is a bit cynical and it's a tired ploy.
Some people, some Democratic operatives say, such as Josh Alcorn, say that people are craving his authenticity.
What Joe Biden would bring to the race in terms of authenticity and an ability to connect with voters is something that the American people are craving.
Yeah, he's Scranton Joe from Scranton, Pennsylvania. He's working class. He'll work for the middle class.
Yeah, I've heard the rap. But Hillary didn't stop there with the whole, Donald Trump without the pizzazz and the hair hilarity. Then she went on to offer this about the entire Republican field.
Marco Rubio brags about wanting to deny victims of rape and incest access to health care, to an abortion. Jeb Bush says Planned Parenthood shouldn't get a penny. Your governor right here in Ohio banned state funding for some rape crisis centers. Extreme views about women, we expect that from some of the terrorist groups. We expect that from people who don't want to live in the modern world. But it's a little hard to take coming from Republicans who want to be the president of the United States.
God, her priorities are so off, and she is so wrong. I mean, comparing pro-life Americans to terrorists, that's irresponsible.
Well,
that's more irresponsible than what I did the other day.
All the Republican candidates, too.
All
I
of
mean,
them. Yeah,
so
labeling them as terrorists, and she doesn't even deliver the message well. And
So-
she's pathetic.
So, so in terms of living in the modern world and so forth, I noticed she didn't mention Planned Parenthood by name. That was interesting. Probably because of the water Planned Parenthood is taking on. I don't know who's taking on water more quickly, Planned Parenthood or Hillary. But then there's this story. Alabama Planned Parenthood didn't report the rape of a 14-year-old girl. 14-year-old mother of two visited the clinic in April 2014 for an abortion and returned that August for a second abortion.
Wait, did you say a 14-year-old mother of two?
Yeah. Was it? Yeah. 14-year-old mother of two.
Wow.
Visited the clinic in April 2014 for an abortion and returned that August for a second abortion. Planned Parenthood did not obtain proper consent from a guardian as required by Alabama law and did not take proper precautions when administering the medication abortions, according to Alabama Health Department authorities. The staff violated Alabama law by failing to report the child's mother's case to the authorities. The clinic's director of patient services verified a report was not made in an interview with the health department, but gave no additional information as to why. Because we don't have to. The review also found sanitation and infection control problems at the clinic, noting a number of observed abortions in which the doctors failed to wash their hands properly or at all between procedures and when changing gloves. So maybe this is why you have representatives like Jeannie Ives here in Illinois calling for Planned Parenthood to be regulated just like any other medical facility so that their health standards are abided. But, Planned Parenthood is exempted. So that's what Republicans who don't live in the modern world, that's what they don't support, which Hillary does. And so that's the signature of civilization, according to Hillary Clinton. Here's something else. She compared Republicans to Islamic terrorists.
Yeah.
Islamic terrorists, you mean like from the countries that donated to the Clinton Foundation?
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Qatar. You mean like those countries, Mrs. Clinton?
I'm so folksy. Can't you hear my drawl? I talk just like you. From LA to Arkansas.
I don't feel no ways tired. I come too far from where I started from.
Draw the lines between personal privacy, family privacy.
Welcome to the amazing world of magic.
I am absolutely delighted to be back here at Columbia.
Presto. Vanished.
I want to thank everyone at the School of International and Public Affairs.
I'm not folksy. When I'm in New York, there is no accent. It's a show.
And you're right, I am running to live again at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
It's a show.
I love it.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today for your Friday, a high of 77 degrees. And then Saturday, mostly cloudy, humid, a couple of showers, a thunderstorm later, a high of 75. And on Sunday, more clouds than sun, but it will be a little bit warmer, a high in the upper 70s. Let's see how the outbound Kennedy is doing. Are those three left lanes still blocked near California? Here's Jim Telemonte with The Answer.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Yeah, it's still a mess on the outbound Kennedy. Really jammed solid from Damon to near Addison. Three left lanes are blocked. Police hope to get this open by around the top of the hour. So another 10 to 15 minutes or so. Right now it's 45 minutes downtown to O'Hare. And then at the airport or approaching On 190, it's stop and go from the Kennedy to River Road due to a different crash in that area. Inbound Ryan already has about a 7-minute delay, 35th into the Burns Circle. Stevenson slows central to Kedzie, about a 4-minute delay there. And Bishop Ford with a 4-minute delay from 103rd to the Rhine. Nothing of significance anywhere else in terms of delays. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Got a great night's sleep, all thanks to MyPillow from MyPillow. Over the last 18 months, people have purchased thousands of MyPillows, and you've gotten your best sleep ever, but that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. Don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia. It conforms to your neck and back for the perfect night's sleep. If you have allergies, this is the pillow for you. MyPillow is washable, and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, just visit MyPillow.com. Type Amy, A-M-Y, in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of 1. Or you could go old school and call the 800 number like I've done, 800-489-0201, 800-489-0201, and tell them Amy sent you.
Collectors of coins and currency, investors, or people who want to check out some fantastic history. Make plans to attend the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show presented by the Illinois Numismatic Association. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th. Admission and parking is free. Just bring your photo ID. This is one of the largest shows in the country, with hundreds of dealers and displays valued at millions of dollars. If you're a serious collector, this is a show you can't miss. If you're an investor or just want to find out more about coins and currency, this show is a can't miss. Bring the friends and family and look at history right in front of you. Don't miss special events for kids on Saturday, seminars and events all weekend long. The Illinois Numismatic Association presents the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Thursday and Friday, view items for a rare coin auction that starts Friday at 4 p.m. Get more information at ilnaclub.info.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
AM 560, The Answer.
So I don't know if you heard the news yesterday. Derek Rose accused of rape in a lawsuit filed by his ex-girlfriend. This happened 2 years ago, and it's not a criminal case. This is a civil matter.
Allegedly happened 2 years ago.
The girlfriend, identified as Jane Doe, says Rose and 2 of his friends broke into her Los Angeles apartment, drugged her, gang raped her. And if you read on, part of the suit alleges that Jane remembers Rose laying by her side on the bed, close to her face, while the other 2 guys were having sex with her simultaneously. And she said she went later, then she woke up too, and her dress was around her neck and there were condoms all over. It's going to be a hard case to prove. Here's Eldon Ham. He's from the Chicago Kent Law.
You just become, at that point, an obvious target in ways that you wouldn't if he were making $100,000 a year instead of $100 million.
Yeah,
I mean, do you think
thus
this is
her identifying herself only as Jane Doe to protect her identity at this juncture?
But he was she was his ex-girlfriend. They dated, I found out, for a few years before this allegedly happened. But why would you wait 2 years? And why would you not go to authorities first?
She said she waited 2 years because she was ashamed and embarrassed of what happened and concerned her conservative family would find out. So I guess if that's true, then the follow-up question would be, okay, well, why now? Why? What allowed you to overcome your shame and embarrassment and not be so concerned any longer that your conservative family would find out? and to go the civil route. I mean, if this happened 2 years ago, I'm not sure the statute has run, so perhaps she couldn't get police to cooperate and turn this into a police matter, and so she's just pursuing a civil remedy where, of course, the standards of evidence are different.
I do know she's on her third attorney. The first two attorneys that she tried to hire all backed out.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty tough case to make out, even for a plaintiff's attorney. You know, these hungry hippo plaintiff's attorneys. I don't know. You know, I mean, it's just one of those things. It's another unfortunate headline for a Chicago sports superstar. We've obviously got the Patrick Kane criminal investigation going on in Buffalo. So to add to this to the mix is a bit disquieting.
Well, Derrick Rose spokesman said this is nothing more than a desperate attempt to shake down a highly respected and successful athlete. And if she is making this up, if this is really a money grab, which it seems like to me, then she makes it hard for the real rape victims out there.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to GetMyAirRight.com. GetMyAirRight.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
Every month, Heather Cook helps dozens of people file claims for life insurance bought through SelectQuote. The stories she tells are inspiring. Like this one about Joe, a 39-year-old research analyst. Joe was healthy, but with a wife and 2 sons, he realized he needed life insurance just in case. Joe called SelectQuote. His agent, Scott, shopped a number of highly rated term life companies, and though Joe's budget was tight, got him a $1 million policy he could afford. Last April, Joe died from heart failure. But thanks to his life insurance through SelectQuote, his family can keep the house and the boys can go to college. See how affordable SelectQuote can make just in case for you.
For a free quote, call 1-800-979-5539. 1-800-979-5539. 1-800-979-5539. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
With an increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA, choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Does John Kasich pose the biggest threat to Jeb Bush, and is Jeb Bush's campaign over?
And why the feds raided Rent Boy. We'll explain. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Police investigating a deadly hazmat situation in Des Plaines. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony.
I don't blame the gun. I blame the guy that was holding the gun.
Tim Gardner's wife, Vicky, was the one who survived the live-on-TV shooting in Virginia and is in good condition this morning, and here's why she's even alive.
He pointed the gun at Vicky's head. She ducked one way. He fired and missed. She ducked the other way. He fired and missed again. Then she crouches down in the fetal position, and that's when Flanagan fires a shot that grazes her spine, hitting her there in the back. Then she hears the gun click. Flanagan out of bullets, and he flees the scene.
That's Fox's Hannah Koyman in Roanoke, Virginia, where there was another vigil last night. That gunman, Vester Flanagan, an angry ex-TV reporter, later killed himself. Police in Georgia are looking for a killer, a gunman who shot a student last night at Savannah State University. Florida's governor is telling people,
hope for the best, prepare for the worst, but get ready.
In case Tropical Storm Erica hits, but it may not be too powerful if it gets there. It's been remaining weak in the Caribbean, though Erica is raining down on Puerto Rico and has caused flooding on other islands like Dominica, where 4 people are dead, others are missing. There's a search at sea off Libya's coast after 2 more migrant boats capsized, and there are arrests in Austria after a truck full of dead migrants was found. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, 3 people arrested, according to Austrian police, in a hunt for people traffickers after police found the decomposing remains of 71 people in a truck abandoned by a highway. The local police chief saying the group included 4 children, one of them a baby girl. It's thought at least some of the victims were from Syria. Meanwhile, in the latest migrant boat disaster off Libya, the UN saying 200 people are missing. These boats attempting to reach Europe from North Africa. Dave?
There's been a record number of migrants that have been flowing into Europe lately. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Mostly clear skies. We have 59 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. City and state transportation officials warning motorists to prepare for another weekend of road closures and heavy traffic near the Circle Interchange beginning tonight. Part of that work to modernize the 1950s era structure. It's one of the nation's worst bottlenecks. All shows at the Chicago's Second City Comedy Troupe canceled through at least the weekend after a fire that began in a restaurant below the theater caused heavy damage to the entire building on Wednesday in Old Town. Authorities say 2 men were found dead, 5 others hurt in a hazardous materials incident at a suburban Chicago townhome. Authorities say the call for help indicated there were people in distress in the garage. A woman was found in critical condition as Cook County sheriffs entered the scene. 4 officers who had entered that building left after having trouble breathing. They were hospitalized for evaluation. Firefighters were seen entering the home in protective gear and later being hosed off. A man who's accused of running a red light and killing a person in Chicago was also wanted for breaking into his ex-girlfriend's home and threatening her with a gun. Paul Forbes was in court yesterday when a judge ruled he'd be held without bond on murder charges. Police are releasing the names of 2 of the people who died in a fiery car accident in Ingleside. John McKinney and Michael Mortensen died Wednesday after their car struck a tree in the northwest suburbs and caught fire. Authorities say a 94-year-old man and his son were found dead at a home in Gary, Indiana, after a fire. Gary police say the 94-year-old John Berry and 47-year-old Derek Berry were found dead inside the home on Thursday morning. A federal judge at a bench trial in Chicago says he'll return a verdict next week in the case of a prominent attorney charged with instructing clients and witnesses to lie. The judge says he'll have a decision in the Bo Brindley case on Monday. And police are beefing up patrols around a park in Harvey in hopes of catching a suspected flasher. Investigators say the unknown man is Also propositioning children near the intersection of 160th and Cars. Giants rout the Cubs in a 9-1 final. Cubs open a 3-game set with the Dodgers next. Adam Eaton 3 for 3 as the White Sox doubled up the Mariners 4-2. Bears battle the Bengals in the preseason tomorrow. In the news, a service of Cabela's. Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks, good towards your next purchase. Don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season going on now at Cabela's. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Eating uncontrollably during a binge. Eating far more than others would in a similar situation. Eating and then feeling terrible. Binging at least weekly for 3 months. Sound familiar?
Hi, I'm Monica Seles. I got to achieve my Grand Slam title, but off the tennis court, my binge eating was just uncontrollable. My doctor said it was binge eating disorder. There is hope.
Adults, get the full symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor. Sponsored by Shire.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
6:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest on the roads with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the outbound Kennedy, all lanes have just reopened. We're talking a few moments ago on the outbound Kennedy at Addison. There was a crash. 3 left lanes were blocked. They're open now, but there's a big backup. North Avenue to Addison, it is jammed. It's about an hour from downtown to O'Hare. We expect this to improve considerably now that all lanes have reopened. There is also a delay farther out from Canfield to 190. There's a stalled truck on 190 which had a brake fire right at River Road. The right lane remains blocked there. Inbound Kennedy, a little slower from the Hubbard Tunnel into the Circle, about 23 minutes O'Hare to downtown. The Edens is fine. Inbound Eisenhower, had a 2-minute delay, Manheim to 25th. Inbound Stevenson, about a 5-minute delay, Central to Kedzie. Inbound Ryan, slow 35th to the Circle, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. And traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport. With all the major U.S. airlines, great fares and parking as low as $7 a day, you'll save time and money when you fly up the interstate to Milwaukee's airport. Visit flymke.com to see why more people are choosing Milwaukee, the O'Hare alternative. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Clouds will increase today with a high 77. Cloudy with a couple of late-night showers tonight, low 65. Cloudy and humid with a couple of showers around tomorrow with a thunderstorm later in the day and a shower or thunderstorm around for the evening, high 75. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
59 at O'Hare, 62 along Chicago's lakefront, 64 at Midway. And your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Show, walking you through stress-free mortgage options. Sunday afternoons at 1 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In the political world tonight, all eyes on Vice President Joe Biden. New poll numbers show he's riding a wave of popularity over Hillary Clinton.
Allison Parker and Adam Ward were part of our family.
We can probably screen more, but by and large, we get great employees here. One's going to slip through the cracks every now and then.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. So Trump and Ted Cruz kind of been flying in formation off and on during this campaign. I've referenced Ted Cruz as kind of the thinking man's Trump in terms of being about as anti-establishment as you can be while being an incumbent office holder. And now the report yesterday from NBC News that Cruz and Trump are teaming up for a rally against the Iran deal next month in Washington. It's an event organized by Tea Party Patriots, Center for Security Politics, Zionist Organization of America. It's interesting. This is tentatively set for September 9th, Cruz and Trump together. And it's...
So what does that mean?
Well, it means that both see value in having the other one there because both are shrewd from a political perspective, and they're not trying to orchestrate the rise of the other, but they see value. Trump, I think, sees value in having a conservative standard-bearer office holder with him, like he did in Alabama with Senator Jeff Sessions. And Cruz sees value as trying to kind of tap into the angst and frustration that Trump has tapped into, but be the alternative to Trump when Trump ultimately falls by the wayside, as I still believe he is highly likely to do. So, everybody's pursuing their own agenda, but sometimes those agendas intersect, those interests align.
Do you think a Jeb Bush, Ted Cruz ticket would win?
I don't think a Ted Cruz, Jeb Bush ticket will happen.
You don't think it's going to happen?
No. I'm not sure I would believe either part of that at this juncture. But here's an interesting piece in the Politico overnight, The Invincible Trump. One of the things referencing some of the poll numbers, although you can... The data, the poll, I don't think Trump's lead is as big as it's perceived to be, because I think a lot of these surveys are surveying less likely Republican primary voters. So I think he's leading. I'm not sure the lead is as...
He's leading by double digits, more than double digits. Are you talking about the Quinnipiac poll?
Quinnipiac, right. I'm contrasting the Quinnipiac poll, if you must know, from the Civis poll, which went into registered Republican primary voters who voted in 2 of last 3 primaries. So Trump is picking up a lot of Republican primary voters, so-called Republican primary voters, who, for example, didn't vote in the 2012 Republican primary. So the intensity of Trump's support, I'm not questioning. The composition of it includes a lot of individuals who are not necessarily dyed-in-the-wool Republican primary voters, and that's a big issue because that's who is ultimately going to decide who the Republican Party nominee is. But I don't want to get too sidetracked on surveys because they're snapshots in time. He is leading. I don't think the lead is as big as it's perceived to be, but I'll concede the point that he's leading. But this piece in Politico makes the point that Trump is rewriting the playbook in which politicians who offend respond by equivocating, clarifying, or apologizing. Instead, Trump goes on the offense and takes his message directly to the heart of his critics' support. The polls and the ratings don't lie. Voters and viewers love it. I think there's a lot of truth to that, not just with Jorge Ramos, but even little things that provide a little, color, I suppose is the way to put it. So Trump yesterday responding to a claim in the New York Times that his hair ain't real, kind of Saturday Night Live skit redux, but it works.
And, especially if you come from New York, when you're in the front page, that means like a lot to me. Of the New York Times, that's a lot. So it talks about the whole thing I had with the Spanish journalist, if you call him a journalist. I don't, actually. He's an advocate for lots of things. So they say here, there's a different person. The front page. Ricardo Sanchez, known as El Mandrill, on his Spanish drive-time radio show in Los Angeles, has taken to calling Donald J. Trump El Hombre del Peliquin.
What is that?
Nice accent.
In other words, the man of the toupee. This is on the front page of the New York Times.
Spanish word for the day.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair. I swear. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Broad.
Come here. We're gonna settle this.
My
You know,
hair.
Barbara Walters did
Sounds
it.
like Vinnie Barbarino.
Barbara Walters named me the most whatever it is of the year. Just come on up here. They're going to let you. You have to do an inspection here. This is getting crazy. This is crazy. Just real quick. We don't want to mess it up too much because I do use hairspray. That I said. Come. Is it mine? Look. It is.
Come here, my little kitten.
Yes, I believe it is.
Thank you. And have I ever met you before? No. No, you haven't. But you're very nice. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
See, he's just
Nice
so
bit.
weird. You know what? Real quickly, that woman that came on stage to feel his hair, I thought at first it was Nikki Haley. He was in South Carolina. She looked a little bit like Nikki Haley.
Right, that's what he would
She
do. Call
did.
Nikki Haley, and Nikki Haley would come up.
That's
and
what surprised me. Is she at a Trump event?
Yeah.
We just wash the hair. You know, I work on my hair a long time, and you hit it. He hits my hair.
Is that Trump or Vinnie Barbarino? I mean, they're indistinguishable.
I don't know,
Really?
they sound
It's
like
my hair.
whiny New Yorkers with
Or
the accent.
Andrew Dice Clay. He is kind of the Andrew Dice Clay of politics.
Yeah.
Some dirty
bully.
limericks coming up next from Donald Trump.
But nothing he says is nuanced. I mean, even his response to the shooting in Virginia, he's like, it's mental illness. Okay, what do you have for me? Nothing more than that. Just saying it's mental illness.
Well, a lot of people don't have much more than that. I'm not sure there is much more than that. Well, I disagree with him that it's just mental illness. I think, as I've suggested before, we underestimate the presence of evil. But interesting piece from Peggy Noonan about Donald Trump, because everybody has Donald Trump on the mind. And she thinks that the whole base is a kind of a jumbled mess that is fluid. It is not the traditional kind of base Republican vote that we've come to understand it to be. She observes a couple of things: deepening estrangement between elites and non-elites in America. Turns out that some of the elites aren't so elite, at least in the opinion of quote-unquote non-elites. Trump's support is not limited to Republicans. And the traditional mediating or guiding institutions within the GOP universe, establishment, respected voices of conservative media, party officials, have little to no impact on Mr. Trump's rise. I think all those things are true. She goes on to say the base isn't the limited cliched thing it once was. It's becoming a big, broad jumble that few understand. And she speaks to conversations she's had with immigrants in places like New York City who like Trump, and they don't necessarily believe in anchor babies, and they don't necessarily believe that people that are committing crimes in America should not be deported post-haste. She goes on to recount a conversation she had with a consultant from Ross Perot's campaign in '92. And this consultant, Scott Miller, said over 80% of American people across the board believe an elite group of political incumbents plus big business, big media, big banks, big unions, and big special interests. The whole Washington political class have rigged the system for the wealthy and connected. It's a remarkable moment. That's what Donald Trump, of course, who would otherwise fit into one or more of those categories, that's what he's tapped into. And people don't care that he would necessarily fit into one of those categories because he is calling out the system for the rigged construct that it is. One other observation from Noonan that is worth noting. She said that her observation that deep down the elites themselves also think the game is rigged. They don't necessarily disagree. They don't like what they see, the corruption, shallowness, selfishness. So you should have both sides, elites and non-elites, sense that things are stuck, and people have no faith in these institutions that we've talked about. Everything is in stasis. Then Donald Trump comes like a rock through a showroom window, and everything starts to move. And I think she's right. I think that actually is what's happening. I think things are very much in flux. I don't think you can examine this campaign in this time the way that you've examined previous campaigns, even as recently as 2012. Sean from Elmwood Park.
It's in flux, and it's great because what he's done is he's changed forever. I heard Amy say he's not nuanced. He's not. I mean, that is truly the embodiment of you would prefer a sweet lie to the bitter truth. If you want nuance, believe me, we got 16 of those nuanced son of a guns who will tell you anything you want to hear.
Well,
you have never.
I disagree. He is all show and no meat. Trust me. All he does
Jeb
is
Bush,
bark out sound
Mixing
bites.
your
Kinda like-
metaphor a little bit there.
Jeb Bush is not show. You know, this disdain for this guy who gets up there with no notes, who gets up there and has an actual conversation with the people. It's amazing to me by the people who call for that very conversation to take place. I am just behooved at why you don't like a guy who tells you exactly what he thinks versus another guy who, by the way, Jeb Bush inherited twice the money that Donald Trump did. And for that matter, so did his father. So
true.
he's not a blue blood. He's not an aristocrat. And for the very thing we disdain about those guys, we hold against this guy. I'm just totally confused as to why you do not want somebody up there who talks the way you and I really talk. This is how you
Because
and I
don't
really
trust him.
talk.
I do not trust him.
Thanks for the
and
call,
for me,
Sean.
that's important.
Well, and to Sean's point, I mean, just kind of the tone deafness story out yesterday. Jeb Bush is getting Eric Cantor's endorsement.
Yeah. They're going to wear matching shirts today and tour through the state of Virginia.
You know, but this is sort of the problem. I mean, I understand that Jeb and Donald Trump are not competing for the same vote, and nor should Jeb try to compete for that vote because he has no chance of winning it. But, I mean, it feeds Trump mania. The more coveted endorsement from that district in Virginia is from Dave Bratt, the guy who beat the House Majority Leader. That's where the kind of plurality, if not majority, of the sentiment within the Republican primary electorate is. And Jeb Bush is out there kind of demonstrating his tone deafness and his allegiance to the establishment. I suppose that's his path to the nomination. But, boy, this is a very different Jeb Bush than the Jeb Bush who was a conservative in terms of the way he governed the state of Florida. But I guess things change over the course of a decade.
Is that a toupee you're wearing, or did your cat die?
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, the feds raid Rent Boy, and the LGBT community cries harassment. We'll explain, but first, here's your forecast. Sunshine today, a few high clouds, 77 degrees. Saturday, we'll have mostly cloudy skies, humid, with a couple of showers and passing thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 75. And on Sunday, more clouds than sun, unfortunately, but it will be warm, a high of 77 degrees. Let's get the travel times and still, if it's still nasty on the outbound Kennedy, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. It's better than it was, southbound Kennedy, but it's still jammed. Ohio to Addison after an earlier crash. It's also slow Nagel to Cumberland. It's 55 minutes downtown to O'Hare, 37 minutes to get from downtown to Montrose. Inbound, just 23 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Edens, about 20 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Inbound Eisenhower, 32 minutes Thorndale to the post office. Outbound the same to Stevenson. About a 5-minute delay central to Kedzie. Outbound it's clear. The Rhine is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford pretty light. Northbound Tri-State heavy at 290. The other tollways are all good. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
It's time for a little R&R, courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Escape to Wisconsin with an overnight stay package for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. Spend the night in Molly's room, their 2-room luxury suite with a private bath and concierge service. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room, fresh chocolate chip cookies. Yours for only $79, a couple valued at $169 a night. Hey, if you need to stay closer to home but want a night out, laugh out loud and be a part of the show at Comedy Sports Improv. Tickets are normally $44, only $22 at CRD. And be sure to get your car ready for that special night out with a new deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash package includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash, wipe down, an $18 deal for only $10. Make a date night and take advantage of all the entertainment deals waiting for you only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
For a list of complete offer details, visit HowWeTradeRadio.com. An individual's trading strategy or personal trading does not guarantee future results or returns.
Hi, John and Pete Najarian here. You may know us from television, where we're frequently featured on CNBC as leading option experts. We have some great news you do not want to miss.
As option floor traders and co-founders of Option Monster, people always want to know our secrets for trading options.
So we wrote an entire book on it. We've received over 100,000 orders over the past few months, and today we're giving away a limited number of these books for free. Just cover shipping and handling.
Learn how to use options like we do do to make more income with less capital.
To reduce your investment risks.
And make money regardless of which way the market's moving.
It's all right here in this book, and today it's yours for free.
Equity options today are hailed as one of the most successful financial products to be introduced in modern times. You have to learn to profit from them.
This one book could dramatically increase your investment returns.
And today, it's free.
Call now. 1-800-600-8551. That's 1-800-600-8551. 1-800-600-8551.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, all right, quickly, let's get Bob and Mount Prospect on Trump. Bob.
Yeah, good morning.
Go ahead.
I think Trump, I think he thinks he's a really smart guy. I don't think he's smart enough. I don't think he's going to take advice from advisors. I don't think he can bring good people in. I'd like to cop some of the stuff on commerce and things like that, but I don't think he's going to bring good people in. I think he thinks he knows everything. He's the smartest guy in the room, a lot like Obama.
He'd have to surround himself with smart people, especially when it comes to matters of foreign policy. I mean, many people worry that if he's president, protocol will go out the door. He'll do everything differently in a dangerous way.
We're going to see if Trump is able to adapt. He's shown a pretty good skill in adapting to the political winds, but this is not going to be linear. This is not going to be just some kind of easy paved road to the nomination. He is going to suffer the slings and arrows that any front runner suffers during the course of a long campaign. So we'll see how he adapts in real time as his popularity ebbs and flows. And I think you're going to see it ebb at some juncture, particularly as the field is winnowed. But switching gears, a website called Rent Boy.
Yeah, are you familiar with this? I've heard about it. Right, it's where
I'm familiar
male
with
escort system.
Familiar with the Des Moines Institute, but not Rent Boy. Rent Boy purports to be the largest gay male escort website, not particularly known outside of LGBTQ, etc. alphabet circles, but it's was raided by federal authorities, and now it has generated a bit of a debate because, of course, the cry of discrimination.
Oh, yes.
The Transgender Law Center.
They have a transgender law center?
Released a statement. With this raid, the U.S. federal government is not only jeopardizing countless people's lives and only source of livelihood, but sending a clear and troubling message that the country is less invested in addressing systemic issues of racial, economic, and anti-LGBT injustice than in further criminalizing the individuals most marginalized by those systems. That is a very eloquent, bulljive-ridden defense of prostitution, but that's what it is.
So because they're different, they think that they don't need to follow the rules. Because heterosexual websites that, they get shut down all the time if you're selling people.
What are you talking about? Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart, he does Craigslist raids on prostitution.
Yeah.
But
they can't follow the same rules.
One former escort for Rent Boy.
Yes.
And I will admit we're mostly doing this story because the site is named Rent Boy. An escort who worked for the site wrote on Gawker, of course they were facilitating prostitution, which he notes in the United States is illegal. I'm glad he's up on the law.
Yeah,
he should
thank you.
Maybe decide to be of counsel at the Transgender Law Center. So, we'll see. We'll see if the rules don't apply if you're a celebrated category of humanity.
I just love how they say this is risking pushing sex work out into a more dangerous area like the streets. So they're putting lives at risk by doing the same things that they do to heterosexual websites.
Yeah, I mean, what about the safety of setting up sexual liaisons anonymously via the internet? I mean, that screams safety, doesn't it?
Be sure to bring your protection.
Yeah, Bill Cosby.
And now let's get back to the news.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group.
Painting is personal. That's why I chose CertaPro to do some painting for me. And it's not too late to get on their painting schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for fall football and entertaining. And summer is also a great time to get the exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. You'll come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh new coat of paint on your home or inside your home. With CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. They're the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. To them, it's not just a coat of paint. CertaPro has a color specialist on hand to help you make your home a personal expression of you. When the painters arrive, they move the furniture, they paint, they clean up, and when they finish painting, they move it all back. It's that simple, so quiet, they wouldn't wake a baby. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too, so go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com, or call 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA, CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A Liam Neeson movie that writes itself at 6:36.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 61 degrees, and we're following developments in Europe this morning where some 270 are dead in the latest disaster in the European immigrant crisis. Also, authorities in Austria say they found more than 70 bodies in an abandoned truck. And as many as 200 again died in that boat bound for Europe. It sank off the coast of Libya. World stock markets uneven so far. A global rally driven by upbeat U.S. economic data continued in Asia but slumped in Europe today. A tropical storm off the coast of Puerto Rico is likely to reach Florida early next week. Tropical storm Erica tore through the island of Dominica, dumping 12 inches of rain in less than 12 hours and may make a glancing blow on Florida as a hurricane.
This will not be a big problem, but we live in a peninsula, so let's get prepared.
Governor Rick Scott, husband of the woman who survived the deadly shooting that killed a television reporter and a cameraman on Wednesday, says he's lucky his wife is alive.
If it had been just a couple of millimeters or centimeters to the left, it would have severed her spine, and a couple of millimeters to the left of that, it would have severed her aorta. So she was lucky the way she got shot.
Tim Gardner says his wife Vicki is recovering and is expected to be released from ICU in a day or two. This morning, a developing story we're following. Officials at Seattle's Children's Hospital says surgical equipment at its surgery center in Bellevue was used without properly being sterilized. Mother Nicole Butcher says she almost couldn't believe it when she first read the news.
My son was sitting in the room with me, and I read it, and I think I literally kind of gasped out loud and looked at him and was like, oh my gosh, this is where you were.
The hospital has contacted 12,000 patients after finding guidelines set by the CDC were not met. Democratic presidential frontrunner Hillary Clinton in hot water after making comparisons between her Republican rivals and terrorists on women's issues.
Extreme views about women, we expect that from some of the terrorist groups. We expect that from people who don't want to live in the modern world. But it's a little hard to take coming from Republicans.
Jeb Bush responding via Twitter, blasting Clinton's defense of Planned Parenthood, saying her priorities are wrong. All shows at Chicago's Second City Theater are canceled, at least through the end of the weekend, after a fire that started in a restaurant caused heavy damage to the building on Wednesday in the Old Town neighborhood. A man accused of running a red light and killing a person in Chicago was also wanted for allegedly breaking into his ex-girlfriend's home and threatening her with a gun. Paul Forbes was in court late yesterday and ordered held without bond. Chicago sports, Giants rout the Cubs 9-1. White Sox double up the Mariners 4-2. Bears and Bengals tomorrow. The news a service of Mattress Firm. It's Mattress Firm's Labor Day Super Weekend Sale this Friday through Sunday. Save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic mattresses with adjustable bases. Plus, get their best financing offer of 0% APR for 72 months at Mattress Firm. 6:34 is our time, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't agree with the everyone gets a trophy culture.
This is another example of the cultural left coming up with a moronic idea because they believe in change. And, of course, self-esteem and feelings. How much would you be willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of parents who support giving every kid a medal or trophy are Democrats, and the overwhelming majority of those who oppose it are Republicans?
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is an announcement for all people who want to take a risk-free challenge to whiten their teeth in 5 minutes using clinically proven power swabs. This risk-free challenge is for people whose smile has been yellowed by coffee, tea, or smoking. It's so effective, we challenge you to try it for 5 minutes to see how white your smile could be. If lines are busy, try again. Dial 1-800-663-1490. That's 1-800-663-1490. 1-800-663-1490.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets, 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or GalaxyHome.com.
What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
6:36 is our time, and in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The outbound Kennedy has improved after an earlier crash near Addison. Delays now are from Ohio to Montrose and Foster to Cumberland. It's 23 minutes from downtown to Montrose, 43 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound 36 minutes from O'Hare to the Burns Circle. Delay start at Division. The express lanes will save a bunch. The Edens, about 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Eisenhower, 35 minutes either way between Thorndale and the post office. Stevenson is 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both light. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis. And traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines, including Southwest, Delta, United, American, U.S. Airways, Alaska, Frontier, OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is a service of Air Comfort. Sunshine gives way to clouds, high 77 today. Cloudy, couple of showers late, low 65. 59 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit KellyFinancialServicesInc.com.
The white zoning is for loading and unloading. Don't give me that white zone. Better than the Girl Scout barroom brawl in Airplane is this fight between two ladies arriving at JFK International in New York from Kingston, Jamaica, A 61-year-old.
Making me crazy, man.
61-year-old Jean Ballantyne grew restless waiting to disembark from the plane.
Too bad. Sit down. If Donald Trump was on the plane, that's what he'd tell her to do. Sit down. It's not your turn. Sit down.
Tell her to go back to Univision.
Back to Jamaica.
I get restless sometimes too. Wait, like why? It's like being stuck in traffic. Like let's go already. Move it along.
And if you're
takes too long.
Southwest Airlines flight, they always say, keep your tush on the cush. Don't get up yet. They think it's funny, but I hear that all the time. Just wait until it's your turn. But that's when you have to exercise patience and just, go to your happy place.
Thanks for that public service announcement.
You're very welcome.
If only
Jean.
Jean Ballantyne would have heard that.
Yes.
In your melodious voice over the intercom. 61-year-old Jean Ballantyne grew restless waiting to disembark from this plane.
So what'd she do?
So she decided to climb over fellow passenger Mary Kennedy, 52, who had the aisle seat. That's why you get the aisle seat, Jean.
Mm-hmm. You got to box her out. Tell her to sit back down.
This is such an odd decision. Rather than saying
the door's not open, so where does she think she's going to go?
Right, and people are standing in the aisle, presumably. And rather than say, oh, excuse me, I need to get out, she just climbs over her like she doesn't exist. Well, Mary...
Maybe she was having a panic attack or... It's claustrophobic.
Speaking of attack,
going through the change.
Mary Kennedy did not take kindly to being climbed over. Kennedy shoved Ballantyne away.
Okay, I can agree with that.
No, sure, it's escalating.
And then what happened?
And Ballantyne didn't like being shoved. This is spiraling out of control, if you sense it. She retaliated by punching Kennedy in the face.
That'll leave a mark.
And
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Yes, it did. It goes further. Then Ballantyne, the climber, broke out an eyebrow razor, and she slashed both Kennedy and a male passenger who attempted to intervene.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. No question whether the jive talking guys were on the plane or Barbara Billingsley. Stewardess, I speak jive. Ain't no thing. Canadian in turn decided to break out a can of pepper spray.
On a plane.
In response to being slashed by the eyebrow razor, filling the airplane compartment with unpleasant fumes, in addition to the other unpleasant fumes that were already in the airplane
Let me guess,
compartment.
after she released the pepper spray, then maybe did they open the door quickly? Because that will sting your eyes and your nose.
I'll take your word on it. The use of weaponry was notable. There's another great moment in TSA annals. Given that neither the eyebrow razor nor the pepper spray should have been allowed into the passenger cabin in the first place.
That's right. How did they get that through security?
Well, you may recall a couple months ago we did that story where they did kind of an undercover test of TSA security and they found a 97% failure rate.
Well, here's evidence of your failure.
Yeah, so they're consistent, if nothing else. So they're keeping up their performance. Ballantyne and Kennedy both arrested. Ballantyne charged with second-degree assault and unlawful possession of a weapon, an eyebrow razor. Kennedy has been charged with unlawful possession of tear gas. Both were unharmed, but two others were hospitalized thanks to cuts from the razor and breathing difficulties from the pepper spray. 7 total people required treatment for breathing difficulties because one 61-year-old woman couldn't wait her turn to disembark from the plane.
She's got to control her rage and her anger.
Could I maybe get that headset, please?
Do not raise your voice to me, sir.
I wasn't raising my voice.
Okay, just calm down.
I am calm. I just want my headset.
Sir, our country is going through a very difficult time right now, and if you're not going to cooperate...
I don't know where a headset ties into patriotism.
Is there a problem here, sir?
I don't think so.
Can you come to the back of the plane with me so we can have a talk?
The stewardess just keeps...
Flight attendant, calm down.
I am calm. What is it with you people?
You people.
Oh, now wait a minute. I don't mean you people. I mean you people.
Sir, I will not tolerate any racist behavior on the plane.
I'm calm!
Adam, that was long before Adam Sandler got his funny ectomy. Terrible. I like.
What's the? Yes.
Why am I blanking on her name? Kristen Wiig in Bridesmaids, where she's drunk and she does the Hitler impersonation of the steward. That was that's a good one too. Your favorite airline-related movies, humor, or incidents? Yeah, fights, pepper spray, eyebrow razors.
How could they let that on the
U.S.
plane?
Marshals.
and pepper spray. I mean, I've tried to bring a razor on before, and they said, "Ma'am, step over here. We're going to have to confiscate this." That's I think they were resting on their laurels there in Kingston, Jamaica, at the airport.
Too much Bob Marley music. Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah, well, they're all stoned. That used to be a Brookstone stocking stuffer favorite. Your OC spray eyebrow razor combo. So for your traveling cosmetologist.
Sure, or before you send the young lady off to college. Sure.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Amy doesn't have several cans of OC spray in her purse. She sounds like she's a very aggressive woman, and probably, I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I could see her. Yeah, thanks for the call, Ralph. I could see you with a bit of an itchy trigger finger. Any chick fights in your past?
Oh, I don't want to talk about it.
So
I did.
So yes,
I did get in a fist fight under the maple tree off of Burning Bush Road in Mount Prospect. Yeah, it was a cat fight. A lot of people showed up for it, too. I was in 6th grade, and really that's all I want to say about it.
How did you do?
It was a tie.
Oh, it was a tie.
Although the person I fought against claims, still to this day, because we're still friends, she claims that she won because I had a black eye. And my contention was I had a black eye because we were playing softball in gym class, and I got hit in the eye with a ball.
Fight over a boy?
No. We don't fight. It was so stupid. I don't want to talk about it.
What was the fight over? Well, it's a little late for that.
What? I don't remember. I really don't remember.
Yeah, you remember clearly.
Actually, all right. I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's right.
I got in a fist fight after school in 6th grade because I was talked into it by my Puerto Rican friends and the Batistas to see if I was really tough enough. It's not racist.
Why do they have to be Puerto Rican?
Because they just were Puerto Rican and they're part of a group of people that wanted me to prove my toughness. So
a group of people. What kind of group of people?
Just some people, some possible gang members. I don't know. I mean, they weren't gangs back then. As
Mount
you know,
Prospect. Come on.
It's kind of rough. It's not called the mean streets of Mount Prospect for no reason. There's a reason why it's called the mean streets of Mount Prospect. But yeah,
and
so
when you say 6th grade, you mean last week?
No, I mean 6th grade. It was a pretty big fight.
Okay, so you had to prove your toughness. So you picked her out to prey on. You picked your friend out to prey on.
I bullied her. It was rude, and I still regret it to this day. And she knows, and if she's listening right now, I love you.
I'll tell you what. You know what this calls for in my mind, based on the disputed outcome, a rematch.
No.
Absolutely.
Oh no.
What? The answer will sponsor it.
Yeah.
I'll take the action.
Yeah, that is happening for real.
Steve in Hinsdale, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I got in a fight at the Hinsdale Library about a year ago, and
slap fight?
That's a rough. Yeah, no, another patron and I got at it. We went to the alley and started swinging at each other. That's a rough place down there. But then at work, I got a new nickname. They call me Slugger. And my only advice, if you're going to get in a fight, take your glasses off beforehand.
Wait. Oh, Steve, you can't leave.
Yeah.
Steve, why did you get in a fight at the Hinsdale Library is the obvious question.
Oh, I tried
the last Grapes of Wrath, and you fought over checking it out?
This guy and I were anxious to return our books at the drop-off place, so we hit it at the same time, and he said something, and then it escalated, And then I told my wife I ran into the men's bathroom door. I came home with a black eye. It was kind of too bad, but you know what? I got the better end of it at the end.
Well, I'm glad you're okay, Steve.
Take your glasses off.
All right, thanks for the advice, Steve. You can be the undercard in Amy's rematch with her grade school friend, Randy in Crown Point.
Morning, guys. I want to know how they took my shaving cream and let her keep her razor. There's something wrong with this.
Yeah, well, shaving cream, I mean, you could, I don't know.
Yeah, what are you going to do
blind
with shaving
someone with
cream?
that.
Oh, yeah, stick it in their eyes.
Yeah. All right, thanks for the call, Randy.
Can I get you something?
It's your mofo butter laying into the bone, jacking me up. Tight me.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Cuddy say can't hang.
Oh, stewardess, I speak jive.
Oh, good.
He said that he's in great pain and he wants to know if you can help him.
All right, would you tell him to just relax and I'll be back as soon as I can with some medicine?
Just hang loose, blood. She's going to catch up on the rebound on the med side.
What it is, Big Mama? My mama raised no dummies. I duck a rap.
Cut me some slack, Jack.
Say cutting when you say be doing it.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Doctor, could you give us your impression of Ted Stryker? I'm sorry, my training is in the field of psychology. I don't do impressions, of course.
I'll give you a great impression of the weather. There's going to be some clouds, but some sun hopefully by this afternoon, a high of 77 degrees. Then Saturday, mostly cloudy, humid. A couple of showers and thunderstorms later, a high of 75 degrees. And on Sunday, more clouds than sun, but a high of 77. Let's get the travel times and see how the outbound Kennedy is shaping up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Good morning. It is, holding at about 43 minutes from downtown to O'Hare on the outbound Kennedy. Earlier, much worse due to a crash at Addison. Delays now are from Ohio to Montrose and Foster to Cumberland. So 23 minutes to Montrose, 43 to the airport. Inbound, 32 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Edens, 19 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, but outbound 26. The Eisenhower, it's about 36 minutes either way between Thorndale and downtown. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. The Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis. The Reagan Tollway a little slow, Farnsworth to Eola. I'm Jim Talamonte in the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
It's like I picked the wrong week to quit drinking.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Val Dior, and for Lou Dobbs, investors hoping to end a turbulent week on a high note. Crude oil prices back above $42 a barrel. Those stories next.
You've been thinking about switching to solar. Don't wait much longer or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Move quickly because the tide is turning. Solar power's becoming a threat to big energy profits. In fact, some power companies are even pushing for extra fees to make up for lost revenue. Warning, you must have your solar system up and running by midnight December 31st or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Energy prices are expected to increase by as much as 40% in the near future. Go solar now. With no down payment, interest, or payments for a whole year. You can afford it because we finance. Get your government money and save big every month. Big Energy is getting nervous and the door of opportunity is about to slam shut. Paying $150 a month more on energy bills? Then call 1-800-MySolar now for a free in-home assessment. 1-800-MySolar.
My home, my savings, 1-800-MySolar. Wall Street investors looking to push stocks higher for a third straight session. Back-to-back rallies pushing the three major U.S. stock indexes into positive territory on the week. Reports on personal income and spending, as well as the latest reading on consumer confidence influencing market direction. Investors will also consider reports on the European and Japanese economies. Wall Street reacting as well to earnings reports from Aeropostale, Big Lots, GameStop, and Smith & Wesson. Keep an eye on shares of Amgen and Boeing. Amgen received FDA approval for its new cholesterol treatment. Boeing awarded a $1.5 billion Navy contract. We'll see whether Baker Hughes' report on U.S. oil rigs pushes crude prices even higher today. The crude market yesterday soared more than 10%. Crude oil prices settling above $42 a barrel. Please tune in to Lou Dobbs Tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Val Dior for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Jack with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
AM 560, The Answer.
Let me see if I can boil down the difference between the public sector and the private sector in a single vignette. A New Jersey elementary school teacher has been allowed to keep his job even though he's been late for work 111 times over a 2-year period. A decision by an arbitrator.
Oh, okay.
Claimed a 15-year veteran teacher, Arnold Anderson, that the quality of his teaching outweighed his tardiness. So the arbitrator says that, yeah, he was late 46 times in the most recent school year through March 20th and 65 times the previous year. But the district failed to give him adequate notice to correct his behavior 111 times in 2 school years. And that Anderson is thus entitled to progressive discipline before being fired. For the record, Anderson earns $90,000 a year. That's not including benefits. The arbitrator's decision. This is why the issue of overriding the governor's veto of taking negotiation with the public sector unions with AFSCME out of his hands in this state is such an important issue. Because if you leave it to arbitrators, you get decisions like this.
Well, that's a bad example for the kids. I mean, if the teacher's late, then I can be late. And there's no consequences for my actions.
You can be late if you're a member of the teachers union.
Yeah.
That's the lesson for the kids. And the lesson for the rest of us is we're all here to exist to finance the public sector unions. And nowhere is that more the case than in 2 states that are wildly dysfunctional and careening towards bankruptcy, New Jersey and Illinois.
It's smoke! It smells like the art teacher's office.
Before you on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
We've been hearing a lot about Uber lately, so we decided to get out there and talk to some actual Uber partners to get our questions answered.
Is signing up to drive with Uber really hard?
Nope, signing up with Uber is super easy.
It was simple and easy. Okay, but can I drive my own car?
Yes. You get to drive your own car.
But my roommate doesn't even have a car. Can she drive with Uber?
They can help her get a car too.
I wouldn't be able to get a vehicle if it wasn't for Uber. It took me less than 6 hours to get a car.
So you could just sign up and earn money.
Sign up, drive, and you make some money.
You're saying I can just use the smartphone app to make money whenever I want?
Yeah, you just open the app whenever you feel like driving.
All I have to do is turn on my phone, hit the road, and I start making money.
Are the hours good?
I work less hours and I make more money.
I'm my own boss now, so I set my own hours.
Okay, this all sounds pretty great. What do you think I should do?
You need to sign up for Uber.
You can make serious life-changing money when you drive with Uber. Get started today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com. drivewithuber.com.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Bruce, married, combined income $320K, credit score 560, living in a $340,000 home in Buffalo Grove, called to refinance his 7% mortgage. Bruce's credit is low because he missed payments on $50,000 he's carrying on credit cards funding his daughter's college education. David informed Bruce he had a better chance of giving birth to an elephant with his credit and devised a plan to enhance Bruce's credit so he can refi. If you're stuck in a high-rate mortgage because of low credit scores and you have no idea how to increase your scores, call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333, or email him at david@perldavid.com, or visit his website, am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. Call David now, 312-751-1333. 1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage license C4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
Chicagoan for directions, and you'll hear, get on the Eisenhower, take the Ronald Reagan, go to the Jane Addams, avoid the Bishop Ford. You know all the roads by name because you spend hundreds of hours in your car in some of the worst traffic ever. So it's no surprise that you see crashes and accidents every day. Thankfully, it wasn't you. But when it is, the only name you need to remember is Turry's Auto Body, Inc.
They take the stress out of your collision repair with in-house tow-in service and complete follow-through with your insurance company. Turry's employs iCard trained technicians, meaning the person working on your car has been specifically trained in auto collision repair. The environmentally friendly painting is done in computerized downdraft booths, and prompt personal service will put you back on the road in no time. You'll drive away with a smile on your face because your car looks and sounds the same as it did before the accident. Turry's Auto Body, open 6 days a week with locations in Bellwood on Manheim and in Villa Park on North Ave and Ardmore. Turry'sAutoBody.com. Quality collision repair.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Can Hillary do in Biden before he does her in? We'll ask Brett Baer from Special Report at 7:07.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we are watching right now. Police are investigating a deadly hazardous materials situation in Des Plaines. There is a new superintendent selected to head Chicago's Catholic schools, and Bulls player Derrick Rose is denying sexual assault allegations of an ex-girlfriend. Cubs drop a series to the Giants, Sox beat the Mariners, and Sunshines gives way to clouds. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. It doesn't have to be a monster storm to be a killer one. That's a church being washed away and flooding on the small island of Dominica, where 4 people died. Several others are missing as Erica dumps heavy rain now in Puerto Rico. Florida may get hit, but
across the Caribbean, we have a lot of dry air, some strong winds aloft, so that's really kind of keeping the intensity on the lower end. So we're looking at a much weaker storm as we head later in the time period into this weekend and also into early next week.
That's Fox meteorologist Maria Molina. There's a search at sea again off Libya's coast. 2 more boats full of migrants capsized, about 100 were rescued, 200 more are missing and feared drowned. Other migrants suffocated in a hot truck in Austria, more than first thought. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, yesterday, Austrian police were talking about more than 20 people. Today, they've revised that number to 71. The decomposing remains discovered in a truck parked by a highway. Local police believe it had been there at least 24 hours before officers moved in. They don't know who the victims were, but have found a Syrian travel document. In neighbouring Hungary, police saying 4 people have been arrested. Dave?
Simon, the woman who survived the live-on-TV shooting is in good condition in Virginia. Vicki Gardner's husband, Tim, says she ducked and dodged the gunman's bullets and is lucky the one that hit did not kill her.
If it had been just a couple of millimeters or centimeters to the left, it would have severed her spine.
Vester Flanagan did kill 2 journalists. There was a vigil for them last night outside their Roanoke TV station. Do Republicans have something in common with ISIS? Hillary Clinton thinks so.
Extreme views about women. We expect that from some of the terrorist groups.
The Democratic frontrunner attacking some GOP candidates, naming Marco Rubio, who's responded this morning.
Well, she's desperate. She's panicked. Her campaign is in a bad shape. And I think here's what's most offensive about it. They won't call terrorists terrorists.
Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and sun, 61 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Prepare for another weekend of road closures and heavy traffic in the city of Chicago. IDOT will begin closing lanes surrounding the Circle Interchange beginning this evening. Part of that work to modernize the 1950s era structure and minimize congestion at one of the nation's worst bottlenecks, where the Ryan, the Ike, the Kennedy, and Congress Parkway all meet. All shows at Chicago's Second City Theater are canceled, at least through the weekend, after a fire that started in a restaurant below the theater in Old Town, which caused heavy damage to the entire building on Wednesday. Bulls point guard Derrick Rose denying claims that he sexually assaulted an ex-girlfriend in Los Angeles. A lawsuit by the woman claims Rose and friends drugged her drink during a night out in August of 2013, then broke into her apartment to assault her. A man who's accused of running a red light and killing a person in Chicago also wanted for breaking into his ex-girlfriend's home and threatening her with a gun. Paul Forbes was in court yesterday when a judge ruled he be held without bond. Authorities say 2 men were found dead, 5 others hurt in a hazardous materials incident at a suburban Chicago townhome. Authorities say the call for help emanated from the garage in Des Plaines of that home, a woman found there in critical condition. Sheriff's deputies who arrived and responded to the scene had trouble breathing and were removed from the scene and also hospitalized for evaluation. A man rejected for admission to Concordia University is charged with making a bomb threat to the school. James Childress messaged a woman and posted plans to make that homemade bomb on Facebook earlier this week. And Governor Bruce Rauner has signed a bill that would allow a Southern Illinois Township Board, a large one, to vote to dissolve to save taxpayer funds. The legislation signed by Rauner yesterday permits the dissolution of Belleville Township without a vote of residents there. Belleville City Clerk Dallas Cook says if the Township Board votes to dissolve, the Belleville City Council must then pass an ordinance accepting the township's responsibilities. Giants rout the Cubs 9-1. White Sox double up the Mariners 4-2, and the Bears prepping for battle with the Bengals in a preseason affair tomorrow. The news, a service of Cabela's. Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are going on now. Spend $150, get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good towards your next purchase. It's their biggest sale and event of the season, going on now at Cabela's. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
When I would binge, I would feel completely out of control. I would eat so much during my binges. After a binge, I would feel so bad about myself. Hi, I'm Sunny C. Gold. I'm a magazine writer and editor. I was diagnosed with binge eating disorder. My advice to someone suffering is to just get help. There is hope. If you're an adult who's binged at least weekly for 3 months, learn all of the symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor.
Sponsored by Shire.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest this morning with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Oak Brook Terrace, there's a crash on northbound 83, just past 22nd. Eden's inbound, pretty light, 19 minutes. Light Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Irving Park, 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. Eisenhower, just 34 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, it's 37. Stevenson, about 40 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, 38. Ryan is 22 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57. Bishop Ford, no significant delays. Northbound Tri-State, it's slow. Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow. Beverly to 59. Westbound, it's slow. 25 to 31. With some work on the right lane. Reagan Tollway, slow. Farnsworth to Ewell. The Veterans Memorial from 63rd to the Reagan Tollway. Major work this weekend scheduled. Burns Circle starts at 10 tonight when the inbound Eisenhower and westbound Congress close at the Burns Circle. And the Kennedy and the Rhine will be down to one lane through downtown Saturday night into Sunday morning. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And your official Chicagoland weather forecast. A service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, some sunshine giving way to clouds, high of 77. Then tonight, cloudy with a couple of late-night showers, low 65. Cloudy and humid with a couple of showers around tomorrow. A thunderstorm later, high 75. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
59 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In the political world tonight, all eyes on Vice President Joe Biden. New poll numbers show he's riding a wave of popularity over Hillary Clinton.
Allison Parker and Adam Ward were part of our family.
We can probably screen more, but by and large, we get great employees here. One's going to slip through the cracks every now and then.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Black Lives Matter agitators have disrupted the events of Marty O'Malley. He's running for president, you know.
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders.
That was a good one.
There's another iteration of it that was on display yesterday in Ohio before Hillary Clinton compared all the Republican candidates to Islamic terrorists. We had a woman who was heckling Mrs. Clinton who looked like Shirley Hemphill from What's Happening. Remember that? Hey. It was from Black Trans Lives Matter.
What? We have a spinoff?
Yeah, hashtag Black Trans Lives Matter.
Okay.
This was the protestation.
Senator Clinton, 5 Black trans women were found murdered in this country. We heard you say none of their names. Senator Clinton, it is a state of emergency. You must invest in Black trans women and divest from the anti-Black state violence of private prisons today.
Wow, that was she's not a shy lady.
No, she's like a songbird.
So what do they want from her? There's just a lot of barking.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
There's a lot of anger out there.
For more on Hillary's political fortunes, we're now joined by our friend Bret Baier, the host of Special Report on Fox News Channel every day, Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. Chicago time. Bret, thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning.
But by the way, if you try to interrupt me before I've called on you, I will have you thrown off this radio show. So I just want to lay the ground rules.
I'm already sitting down.
Okay, good. Thank you. So Hillary's fortunes, an interesting piece in the New York Times where a lot of Democrat leaders go on the record, including Hillary supporters like former Pennsylvania Governor Ed Rendell, and just say how she's handled this email scandal is atrocious, and she's on defense, and there's not a lot she can do at this juncture other than play defense, and we're very worried about her. Kind of interesting to see her fracturing as Joe Biden is contemplating entering.
Yeah, I really think that Dan, is the reason why you had that scripted line about Republican candidates comparing them to some terrorist groups. I mean, she needs to be the news. It needs to be her. It needs to be, not emails. It needs to be not the Clinton Foundation. And no matter how hard they try, now that the FBI has this server, these stories are dripping, and it's not just a drip. It's now a full-on trickle. And you have Uma Abedin, her close aide, a big story in the Washington Post today about how she was wearing about 4 different hats while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, setting up meetings and dinners in between all these people. Then you have ABC has emails that say that Bill Clinton requested to speak for North Korea and the Congo. This is not good stuff.
And also, yesterday, a piece about David Kendall, the Clinton crime family consigliere, that he may be under scrutiny for a top secret clearance that he received. So questions about how he may have handled classified information. Kendall, it seems to me, could be a real linchpin here.
Yeah, and usually what happens in these cases is you go to somebody else, you put the squeeze on, and then they say, yeah, well, the big person told me to do it. And so, listen, it's not, however you look at it, no matter your ideology, this is not a good place for Hillary Clinton, which is why there are many donors this week who are shifting to a potential Joe Biden run.
Now, how soon until you think Joe Biden announces that he's going to run? He said he needs until September 23rd, but do you think he'll come forward sooner if this email scandal gets uglier and says that he's going to run for president?
Yeah, I'd say sometime in September. Amy, after Labor Day, people start focusing a little bit more. People are back from summer vacation, and who knows? I mean, the going speculation here in town is that they come out as a package deal, and Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren, and he says he's going to be a one-term president, and that's a problem for Hillary Clinton.
And report in Politico that Hillary's campaign is inviting top fundraisers to their Brooklyn HQ for a day of strategy sessions. They're going to do more regular policy briefings and so forth. Is there anything that Hillary can do to head a Biden candidacy off at the pass, or are we past that point?
Well, I'm sure they're putting pressure internally on Biden, and it's starting to percolate at some of these stories that Bill Clinton is furious, that Biden's even talking about it, and all of this stuff. The bottom line is that the email situation is going to bring somebody out, whether it's Joe Biden or some other challenger, because it's real. For all the people said, said this is nothing, keep walking. This is a real deal. And the fact that the FBI is continuing the investigation is not good for her.
Now, on the other side, I mean, this is just so fascinating because, maybe in the early spring we were talking about, oh, no, Hillary Clinton versus Jeb Bush. We're going to have two dynasts battling it out, and everybody's going to be apathetic. Well, both of them are faltering. Jeb as well, not just in surveys, but kind of in terms of maybe some political tone deafness. I mean, the big news for Jeb Bush is that he got Eric Cantor's endorsement. Meanwhile, John Kasich is displacing him in second position in New Hampshire, a state Jeb has to, more or less win if he's going to go the distance, regardless of how much money he has. So where do you sense that the Jeb Bush candidacy is at this juncture?
Also not in a good place. I think you're right. You always have to read between the lines. When something seems a little strange about why do that here, there's a reason why. Eric Cantor is the former House Majority Leader who lost his seat to a relative political nobody in his home district in Virginia. Now, Jeb Bush, in the middle of a heated battle with Donald Trump, couched the endorsement of the most establishment of establishment who ended up losing his seat in Congress. Now, the only reason that you would do that, one would think, is because you're losing establishment figures and money to John Kasich or to Marco Rubio. So that's not a good sign.
One of the latest Quinnipiac polls, I always mess up that word, excuse me, shows Donald Trump with a double-digit lead over, second place person, Ben Carson. Donald Trump, to me, can seem only to get on the news because he attacks the news. I mean, he loves to pick fights with the media, Jorge Ramos, and then with your colleague, Megyn Kelly. How is she doing? And I'm glad that you stuck up for her on Twitter.
Yeah, she's fine. Listen, I didn't have to do that. She's a big girl. She can handle herself. It's just at some point, 19 days after a debate where we've heard how he didn't like the questions and they were too tough, that, bimbo is probably enough. And I think so. I sent out that tweet, but Roger Ailes was really the person who put the real statement out, and our tweet and Bill Hemmer and I didn't talk to each other, and it wasn't a coordinated unleash the hounds. I think we just kind of all did it. The thing is that hopefully we're past that point. We've never seen a candidate who gets that deep into the weeds about going after an organization for how they question him. But he's clearly having success, and we'll see if it holds. We'll cover him fairly either way.
And speaking of kind of reading the tea leaves in terms of what's really going on, what about this announcement that Trump and Ted Cruz are going to do a joint event in D.C. on September 9th to oppose the Iran surrender deal? What do you read into that?
I think Cruz has invited him. I'm not sure Trump has accepted, but listen, Cruz, I think, just from a political standpoint, is kind of like a NASCAR driver who's drafting.
Yeah.
And he's drafting on the car in front of him. And at some point, he's hoping that car hits the wall and that he pulls out and gets to the finish line. And that's how a lot of people are looking at Ted Cruz and Donald Trump.
All right, Brett Baer hosts a special report on Fox News Channel, 5 p.m. Chicago time, Monday to Friday. Brett, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
And he joined us on our turnkey .pro answer line.
It's about politics.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up, your phone calls 312-642-5600. Grab a line. But first, here's your forecast. Cloudy right now, but we should have some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 77 degrees. Tonight, a couple of showers later and early into the morning. Then tomorrow, it will be cloudy, humid. We can't rule out a thunderstorm in the late afternoon, a high of 75. And for your Sunday fun day, we're going to have more clouds than sun, but it will still be a little humid out there and highs in the upper 70s. Let's get the travel times now from Jim Talamonte. Here he is. Hi, Jim.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Kennedy outbound. It's much improved. Slow still from Damon to Cumberland, so it's heavier than usual on a Friday, but it's a lot better than it was earlier after a crash at Addison. Right now, about 45 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound, it's 32 minutes, with delays starting at Irving Park. Inbound Edens, 19 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound, 26. The Eisenhower, just 34 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, 37. The Stevenson, holding at 40 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 38. Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. There are delays on northbound 83, 31st to the Reagan Tollway with a crash in the right lane. The tollways, northbound Tri-State, pretty slow Archer to 31st. There's a disabled dump truck there on the right shoulder. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
You know, for years I had the same big box company, you know, the guys that travel around in the yellow van, come and clean my carpet, and they never did a great job. I was never satisfied. So I just had Executive Green Carpet Cleaning come to clean all my carpeted areas, and they look fabulous. My rugs look brand new. What makes them different is they use their own purified water, not water from my faucet. They pre-treated my carpets and used an environmentally green solution, a salt-based cleaner, not a detergent cleaner. So there's no residue, which is so much safer for my boys and, of course, for my beloved cats. Executive Green also cleaned 3 rooms for only $139 and didn't try to upsell me at all. If you want your carpet to look new again like mine, call Executive Green Carpet at 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Or schedule online at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com. That's executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Good Neighbor pharmacy.
While most video surveillance solutions capture and store hours of nothing, CUDA Eye by Barracuda Networks only captures video when something happens. Once captured on camera, the video evidence is immediately encrypted and sent to the cloud for safe storage and easy retrieval from any web browser or mobile device. With CUDA Eye, there's no network configuration or software to install. Just plug one or more cameras into your network to better protect your business. Don't get caught with nothing. Do something about it. Check out CUDAeye.com. That's CUDAEYE.com.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a risk-free trial, call 1-800-550-1388.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these risk-free trials last. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, take your calls through on 264-250-600 on the either side of the presidential race. There's a lot of action on both sides, especially yesterday with Hillary comparing the Republican field to Islamic terrorists.
Marco Rubio brags about wanting to deny victims of rape and incest access to health care, to an abortion. Jeb Bush says Planned Parenthood shouldn't get a penny. Your governor right here in Ohio banned state funding for some rape crisis centers. Extreme views about women. We expect that from some of the terrorist groups. We expect that from people who don't want to live in the modern world. But it's a little hard to take coming from Republicans who want to be the president of the United States.
Are you even offended by that, Dan? Does that even bother you? Is that just par for the course? Is it just part of the game?
That doesn't offend me. I think she's pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's sad, empty, pathetic, amoral person, and she has been, ever since she's been in the public eye. It's just coming to the fore now. It
is pretty pathetic.
She is desperate, and so this is what you do.
But comparing pro-life Americans to terrorists, that offends me.
All the presidential candidates. The presidential candidates. Okay, so we're terrorists. Terrorists that come from.
Because we want to defund Planned Parenthood. Mm-hmm.
Well, although she didn't mention Planned Parenthood by name, which was instructive. Additionally, the terrorists, Islamic terrorists that don't want to live in the modern world, from places like Saudi Arabia and Oman and Qatar and United Arab Emirates. I'm sorry, I'm referring to Clinton Foundation donors.
Mm-hmm.
Those countries that house or aid and abet terrorists in other material ways that are Clinton Foundation donors.
Drag women into the street who are accused of adultery, and they're beaten in front of crowds of people from countries like that, where she was, claiming she wants gender equality and she wants women to have the right to drive. She's taking money from people in high positions in those countries.
She's very offended.
She's a walking hypocrite.
And interesting, too, now on the Republican side, it's really interesting the tacks that different candidates are taking to try and get into the news. Marco Rubio has a piece in the Wall Street Journal, an op-ed, talking about how his presidency would deal with China. Scott Walker took out after China as well, in particular focusing on President Obama inviting Chinese President Xi Jinping to Washington for a state dinner. And I think this is a little bit kind of inside the beltway, where Rubio says the state dinner should be downgraded to a working visit, and Walker says the state dinner should be canceled altogether. But Rubio goes through in his piece some of the goals that he would have in terms of dealing with China, restoring America's strategic advantage in the Pacific, without going the Trump way of inciting a trade war by imposing tariffs on Chinese goods, and also being cognizant of China's human rights record and pushing them on that. Scott Walker addressed the issue as well at a campaign stop in Iowa.
My comment the other day asking that President Obama cancel the state visit from Xi Jinping, the leader of China. He didn't comment on it. He said he wasn't going to comment on it. It suggests to me they're intimidated from talking about that. I'm not intimidated from talking about China. China has been, as in many other places around the country, it's important for trade in my state like it is here at Iowa and elsewhere. But the bottom line is a state visit is something special. It's something extraordinary. It's a reward that the United States historically has provided for countries that are allies and friends and partners of the United States. If anything, right now we need to take China to the woodshed.
So Walker wants to take China to the woodshed. He's unintimidated, says the administration's intimidated. I don't know. So you've got China, the focus of Rubio and Walker. Rand Paul talking about inner city poverty again. And there's an interesting piece, too, by the literary editor for the Weekly Standard suggesting Rand Paul would be better served in the Senate. He takes up some interesting issues, but he's been completely sidetracked by Donald Trump. He's out in Washington State doing events.
What, fighting fires?
No, well, it could be.
I mean, he would.
Political fires of sort.
Fires.
I mean, he's essentially trying to orchestrate a sneak attack by being in the western states where everybody is focused on Iowa and New Hampshire, where he has receded. I'm not sure it's going to work, but Rand Paul does have plans, and he does have a disposition, and he does try and expand the reach of the Republican Party. Here's Rand on with Hannity talking about those matters.
Well, this is a debate I want to have in this country about how we alleviate poverty and unemployment. I don't think government programs have worked. We've had a war on poverty for 50 years, and we've got more of it. In Baltimore, young black men between the ages of 20 and 25, 37% unemployment. So it is out of control. But you know what I'm finding? When I'm on the south side of Chicago or I'm in Detroit, people are saying, you know what? I'm not sure I'm ready to be a Republican yet. But you know what? The Democrats have taken me for granted, and I'm willing to listen to people who are interested in making my life better. And I think there's a great opportunity for Republicans who do care about people who live in poverty to actually take our message of freedom, limited government, and leaving more money in the community. My tax plan would leave $3 billion in the south side of Chicago of their own money. We would just never take it. I think that's the way to improve our cities and help people.
I think Rand Paul, I think the editor of the literary editor of the Weekly Standard has a point about Rand Paul doing a better work in the Senate. He could end up being like our Daniel Patrick Moynihan on some of these issues that Republicans have not been so deft in dealing with, entitlement issues, welfare state issues. There may be a point there. Dawn in Plainfield, around Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. I'm really frustrated with Hillary Clinton. I just want to know why whenever she talks to women, she only brings up abortion, birth control. Why didn't she ever bring up our economic situation, our debt? I mean, I don't understand.
Because she thinks women are too stupid to listen or to care about any of that.
Thanks for the call, Don. No, I don't think so. I think it's more cynical than that. I think that
really?
What she has to do is the same thing Barack Obama had to do. She has to make the Republicans' box office poison. She has to create and continue to push this caricature of Republicans to make them anti-woman, because she doesn't have policy answers for those other substantive issues, economic security concerns, national security concerns. She doesn't have a record. She doesn't have any accomplishments in those realms. So she just has to say, those people over there are terrorists who hate women. That's how juvenile and cynical she is.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Prepare for a tongue twister. Barrington is celebrating its sesquicentennial this summer. That's a fancy way of saying 150-year anniversary. Even more amazing, M.J. Miller & Company, Barrington's trusted family jeweler, has been in business for 1/3 of that time with one owner. Having a locally owned jewelry store with that kind of consistency speaks volumes. You are invited to help celebrate this milestone by honoring August as a tribute to anniversaries. It's never too early or too late to select an anniversary gift that shows how much you care. Plus, the lazy days of summer are a great time to browse M.J. Miller's cases, brimming with treasures for every taste and budget. Rest assured, M.J. Miller has the perfect piece of jewelry or giftware to help express your devotion. M.J. Miller & Company is located at 123 West Main Street in downtown Barrington. They're open Monday through Friday until 6, Saturday until 5, and every Thursday until 8, 847-381-7900 or mjmillerjewelers.com.
When you buy a new house, you don't buy the first one you see. When you sell your house, you don't choose the first real estate broker you hear about. You choose the agent backed by the most powerful brand in real estate, and that agent is Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. Ed doesn't need to offer gimmicks like promising to buy your home because if he can't sell it, he'll buy it for you in 24 hours. He does offer the promise of hard work and an aggressive, innovative marketing plan to sell your home. The most compelling reason to call RE/MAX Professionals is the best. Ed Lukasik Jr. has closed over 1,600 homes since 2008, giving him the knowledge and experience most agents can't obtain in their whole careers. The average real estate agent closes 7 homes a year. Ed sold over 229 listings in just the past year alone. Wow. Make the right choice. Choose RE/MAX Professionals to list your home. Get an in-person market analysis straight from Ed by calling this number, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. And sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on the morning show,
the father of that slain TV news reporter in Virginia says NRA members are cowards. We'll have it at 7:37.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
60 degrees in Chicago. 200 migrants missing and feared dead after 2 smuggling boats capsized off the coast of Libya. Meantime, Austrian police continue their investigation into the deaths of 71 immigrants found in a food truck along an Austrian highway. 3 have been arrested. U.S. stock futures fell overnight after Wall Street rolled up its biggest two-day gain since the worldwide financial drop. Strong economic data helped. Tropical storm brewing off the coast of Puerto Rico could turn into a hurricane by the time it reaches Florida early next week. Democrat presidential frontrunner Hillary Clinton making comparisons between her Republican rivals and terrorists regarding women's issues. This morning, GOP presidential candidate Marco Rubio responded.
Here's what's most offensive about it. They won't call terrorists, going all the way back to Benghazi and even before that, but they call their political opponents terrorists.
Clinton also took shots at Jeb Bush and Ohio Governor John Kasich. The lockdown at Savannah State University in Georgia has been lifted following an earlier shooting on campus there. Authorities worked deep into the night after a hazardous materials incident at a suburban Chicago townhome that left 2 men dead and a woman critically hurt. Officials have not revealed the nature of the hazardous material involved and in unincorporated Des Plaines. All shows at Chicago's Second City are canceled through at least the end of the weekend after a fire that began in the restaurant below the theater caused heavy damage to the entire building in Old Town on Wednesday. And the ACLU this morning says they're challenging a new state law in Indiana that prohibits voters from photographing their ballots and then sharing those images on social media. The lawsuit filed Thursday in federal court in Indianapolis contends that law, which took effect July 1st, violates Indiana voters' First Amendment rights. Giants rout the Cubs 9-1. White Sox double up the Mariners in their slow-pitch softball uniforms last night, 4-2. Bears battle the Bengals in a preseason affair tomorrow. The news, a service of Cabela's and Fall Great Outdoor Days going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season going on now at Cabela's. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't agree with the everyone gets a trophy culture.
This is another example of the cultural left coming up with a moronic idea because they believe in change. And, of course, self-esteem and feelings. How much would you be willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of parents who support giving every kid a medal or trophy are Democrats, and the overwhelming majority of those who oppose it are Republicans?
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I have a very mild version of MS. I couldn't afford the medication from the doctor's office, and I thought, let's try to fight this a little different way. Since I've been on it, I've only had 1 episode.
So as soon as I got it, I took some. I normally take it in the morning. So just with that period of time, I'm definitely seeing improvement again. Really amazing. So I'm probably going to get my daughter on it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Hurry into a Cabela's nearest you.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center this morning, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the roads this morning, the inbound Edens is looking great. It's 19 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26, low Montrose to Dempster. On the inbound side of the Kennedy, delays start around Montrose. Travel time from O'Hare to downtown, it's right around 36 minutes. Express lane save just a few, and outbound, it's 36 minutes downtown to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, pretty light. Heavy Coster to Independence, just 31 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 37. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. Bryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State stop and goes 75th to 31st. There's a disabled dump truck on the right shoulder. Traffic service of Massage Envy. At Massage Envy Spa, they know there's nothing like relaxation. That's why their first-time guests can relax with a customized massage for only $49.99, or facial for only $59.99. Schedule today at Massage Envy Spa. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Sunshine gives way to clouds, high 77. Showers expected overnight, low 65. 60 degrees officially at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Crease Hockey Radio with Kenny McCudden, heard Sunday evenings at 11, and brought to you by Cocoa 5 All Natural Coconut Water.
Dan and Amy, just on the whole Hillary calling Republicans terrorists, flap, Republican presidential candidates, pro-lifers, terrorists. It's interesting. I like Rubio's response. It's so sad because they won't even call terrorists terrorists.
Oh,
Actual
yeah,
terrorists, they won't call them terrorists.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're just folks shooting random bunch of people. In addition to that, Obama and Hillary want to fund the world's foremost sponsor of terror, but Republicans are the terrorists. It's all very confusing. Something else that's confusing, but understandable given the context and the proximity to that context, is comments made by Allison Parker's father, Allison Parker, the television news reporter in Roanoke, Virginia, who was murdered on air a couple of days ago. Her father took to CNN to suggest that if it takes him becoming the John Walsh of gun control, John Walsh went after criminals, but okay, if it takes him being the John Walsh of gun control, in his words, then that's what he's going to do.
Her life was cut short. She had so much potential, and it's senseless that her life and Adam's life were taken by a crazy person with a gun. And if I have to be the John Walsh of gun control, and I'm for the Second Amendment, but there has to be a way to force politicians that are cowards and in the pockets of the NRA to come to grips and make sense, have sensible laws so that crazy people can't get guns.
We have lots of sensible laws.
There's laws on the books, but he went through a background check. He passed because he's never been arrested for anything.
And because he's got no documented history of mental illness. In addition to that, that's an important additional note. There has to be. So, are people necessarily cowards if there are laws on the books? I mean, we're not going to live in a world without consequences. I'm very sorry for what happened to Mr. Parker's daughter, and I understand he's going through a grieving process right now, which is why I'm really not going to go after him. I'm going to go after the argument, but the argument is just doesn't really hold up to scrutiny at this juncture. I'm willing to entertain ideas, always open to ideas, being persuaded. But just saying there's got to be something we can do to prevent this, that's not a proposal.
Well, I would
That's
like
a
to
hope.
Yeah, I
and
would
hope
like.
is not a
yeah.
strategy, as we've learned from the last 6 years.
But I would like to have something on the books to stop people who are mentally ill, who are erratic, who have anger management issues. I would like to get them to stop from
who
being able to
wouldn't?
buy a gun.
Who wouldn't? Everybody would.
I know, but did this TV station have a responsibility to go to the authorities and turn him in? I mean,
turn him in for what?
For erratic behavior, for threatening, for aggression. I mean, in one case, he said that he almost got in a fist fight when he was in Tallahassee, and the reporter's husband came down to the station to defend her, and they still hired him. After that was his first day. He'd been in the business for 20 years. I did not know that. He had stints in San Francisco. Was a reporter in Savannah, Georgia.
Do you think his longevity, despite his conduct, may have had anything to do with the fact he was a gay black male?
No, I just think he wasn't
you
a
don't think-
solid reporter to move up to higher markets.
Do you think that his longevity in the business, despite his conduct, which you're describing, has anything to do with the fact that he was a gay black male? That's why he didn't get terminated.
He didn't get terminated because he was African American. Who cares if he was gay or straight? But they need African American
Really?
males in the news business they do. I know that they do. I've heard news directors say that. I've had this time looking at tapes with news directors of trying to find a strong African American male reporter.
I'll take that as a yes.
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 Oh, yeah.
Race and sexual
course it-
orientation now matters. Obviously, it matters. That's obvious.
I don't know about sexual orientation, but race, yes.
It doesn't matter.
Well, you
If
need to hire reporters that represent the market you live in.
An openly gay man, you have no concerns about firing him and retaliatory discrimination. That's the environment we live in today.
There's a lot of gay male reporters that I've worked with over the years. That was never seemed to be the issue. The issue is all hiring reporters that represent the community.
Well, it's funny.
People who live in the
it's
community.
funny because I know you're a big proponent of the gay community and anything they want whenever they want it.
No.
But here's the problem.
It's not true.
They say you're wrong. They say they suffer gender discrimination in the workplace.
Well, he said that too. But you
Right.
know, he was such a threat. He met Allison Parker. She was an intern at the station. He was an employee there, and he accused her of making racial comments. He also got into a riff one time with Adam, the photographer. So was he targeting them because he thought that they're the reason why he got fired? Yes, that's what that's the conclusion that the general manager has come to. And yesterday they said they tried to help him. The first time there was a complaint lodged against him, they made him go to counseling.
Yeah,
and he complied.
Workplace violence. So, I mean, again, if we're going to talk about categorical public policy changes based on workplace violence, is what we're talking about here. There's an interesting piece on CNN.com by Errol Lewis, who just reports some stats. Recent report showing the tide of violence declining, but still, as of 2009, 521 people were killed on the job, and 572,000 non-fatal violent crimes took place on the job in the workplace, including rape, robbery, and assault. So maybe we shouldn't have workplaces. I mean, that's the logic.
No, I just think there's got to be some government agency somewhere that we could
it's
put
always
people
big
on
government.
a list. I know,
big
I know
government
you hate
and
big
lists.
government, but I don't know. I've worked with so many crazy people that we always feared were going to come in here with a big duffel bag that clanked when they put it on the ground.
And it turned out you were wrong about those people.
I don't know. They left, and I haven't seen them since. That doesn't mean that they can't strike.
I didn't say,
there's crazies everywhere.
I didn't say they couldn't, but you were wrong about them to this point. So it's not so easy, is it?
No, it's not easy.
And General Manager Jeff Marks at the station in Roanoke said, he mentioned that he had to go to an employee assistance program, as you mentioned, Amy. But he also said after Flanagan was fired, we're talking about 2 years, no warning signs, and he didn't stalk anyone at the station. Employees who saw Flanagan in public said there were no problems. He did concede Flanagan annoyed people in the newsroom, but does annoyance rise to the level of being put on the list?
I don't know, but this is kind of creepy.
He said, this guy's over there, and he might have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, excuse me. Let me try this one.
He said, this guy's over there, and he might have a...
Basically, when he
Sounds
left,
familiar.
Yeah, when he left, he had a wooden cross.
He wanted to take it outside, and I just, I was stunned.
That's a reporter that he used to work with in Tallahassee, who she got in a verbal altercation with him, and he wanted to take it outside with her. And she thought, okay, really, I'm going to get in a fist fight with you outside the newsroom? I think not.
There's also a report about his residence in Roanoke, apartment he had. 2 cats. Maybe that's the leading indicator. 2 cats, his apartment reportedly covered in cat urine and cat feces, littering his balcony. The cats are missing, by the way, so you may want to get on that case.
Thank you.
Um,
I'll take them in.
Also, he had a gay pride flag, sex toys with human material on them.
Okay, gross.
Yes. Photographs taken inside the attack, inside his apartment after the attack show a bare mattress, a refrigerator covered with glamour shots of Flanagan himself, and a computer desk next to a plastic beige lawn chair. Sounds like how my apartment is decorated.
No, I don't think it's
That's
that bad.
Bit of a concern.
All right, here's what it was like when Flanagan left the newsroom after the police were called.
On the way out, he handed a wooden cross to the news director, and he said, "You'll need this."
I mean, that's not normal behavior. That's not a normal reaction to getting fired.
Yeah, I understand. It's not a normal reaction. I understand.
But what to do?
Right.
They said it's-
Because I mean, here's what Parker's dad said. He continued on.
Of course, and I'm not saying let's take away guns. I'm just saying let's make it harder for people with mental issues or people that, like this guy that killed Allison and Adam, to make it difficult for them to purchase guns. There's got to be a mechanism that gets put in place for that. And I don't think that's unreasonable to do.
Yeah, what mechanism? You're talking in vague generalities. Okay, what's the mechanism?
I know.
I mean,
that's
let's
a
also
government agency. I don't know.
let's also recall Dylan Roof in Charleston.
Mm-hmm.
What happened there?
Nobody checked his social media to see this.
No.
He's
with the purchase of the gun.
Oh, he got the gun fine because he had. Well, he did have a few priors.
Yeah, what happened was law enforcement fell down on the job talking to one another, and they couldn't figure it out in the allotted waiting
It was
period
a deadly
time.
miscommunication.
Right.
Horrible.
Because government doesn't make mistakes, because government is run by superhumans who are infallible. Let's just make generic appeals to government to make ourselves feel good, to pretend we're doing something when are we enhancing safety? Are we improving quality of lives? Those are the questions that should be asked. I'm willing to listen to Mr. Parker's ideas or anybody else's, but you have to have specific ideas. Do something. This has to stop.
Okay. You know what they're doing? There's supposed to be a gun show this weekend, 20 miles in Roanoke, where the shooting happened, and there's an online petition to cancel that gun show.
Of course there
is. Out of
is.
respect for the shooting victims.
Of course there
and
is.
of course, Change.org has
Of course
started
there
a
is.
petition.
Those are people that are exactly as I just described. It's about them. It's about making themselves feel good. It's not about improving the life of anybody else. It's not about enhancing safety. It's not about addressing mental illness. It's about giving them a sense of moral superiority, and a misplaced sense, I might add. Vin in St. Charles.
This gentleman attacked the NRA. I would like to point out that the NRA is doing exactly what we want the NRA to be doing, and hundreds of millions of Americans belong to the NRA. America is the NRA. He's the guy on the outside.
All right, thanks for the call, Vin. Scott on the west side.
Hi, thanks for taking my call, Dan and Amy. I saw the guy's picture, and based on his looks, he probably had a problem in gay society of having relationships, and because he's not a desirable type for the gay society. So I think that he had a lot of underlying issues.
And Rent Boy got raided by the feds, so he couldn't go there.
Right.
Thanks for the call, Scott.
Well, he used to be good looking. I mean, he was a former model before he joined the TV business.
Mm-hmm. Will and Skokie.
Hey, how you doing? There's plenty of laws and procedures in place. It's just that they're not followed. I mean, if you're a government employee and you don't do your job, then chances you getting fired are minimal because the union supports you and keep you in work. There are mental health requirements for reporting that, but those are basically challenged a lot by civil rights advocates. And this company, if they would have reported him to police, they could have got sued for, people sue you if you say bad things about them when they fire you.
Yeah.
So there's laws in place. It's just that there's countervailing forces that want to, skip the laws, but then this stuff happens. I think sometimes that basically they purposely don't enforce the laws just so they can get more and more draconian laws.
Thanks for the call, Will. Frank on the north side. Frank on the north side.
Hi, this is Mike, not Frank.
Oh, Mike on the north side.
I just wanted to say, if we're going to punish all legal, law-abiding gun owners, because this black gay gun owner committed a crime, then let's also punish all law-abiding blacks and all law-abiding gays, if you're going to take it to that extreme.
Thanks, Mike. Kevin in Elmhurst.
I think it's very simple. You want a concrete idea?
let's have a week. With your unpurchased gun, it's a week cooling off period, and no machine guns or automatic rifles. I think that's very simple, and I don't mind.
How do you come at a week? What happens if a week isn't enough time?
You're right, Dan, but there's to be minimally. You're right, and that probably wouldn't solve this problem, but at least it gives you there's something can be done, and it would not eliminate the problem, but at least would soften it a little bit.
All right, thanks for the call, Kevin.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cloudy start to our day, but we could have some sun by this afternoon, a high of 77. Tonight, a late shower. And then for Saturday, mostly cloudy, humid, a couple of showers and passing thunderstorms later in the day, a high of 75. And on Sunday, more clouds and sun, highs in the upper 70s. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. West Loop Canal is closed just north of the train stations between Lake and Fulton. There's a water main break. North side of Chicago, westbound Irving Park, just west of Lakeshore Drive. Expect delays. A truck stuck under the viaduct. Eden's pretty light, 19 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26 to Kennedy. 41 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. The Eisenhower, 35 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 37. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 36. The Rhine is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tollways, northbound Tri-State, very slow, 95th to 31st, where there's a disabled dump truck on the right shoulder. Northbound Veterans Memorial, heavy from the Boughton Toll Plaza to the Reagan Tollway. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry MyPillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
To get your 2 MyPillows for the price of one, call 800-489-0201, and please use the promo code Amy. Or you can go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code Amy. That's 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Either way, don't forget the promo code AMY.
As a doctor of podiatry, I am also a teacher responsible for educating my patients so they're better prepared to make decisions regarding their health. I'm Dr. Oe Mercado, author of many books, developer of multiple surgical techniques, and the first American to win the International ESCAS Award for Excellence in Podiatry. As the founder of Mercado Foot and Ankle Clinics, our #1 priority is delivering quality care.
I'm Dr. Kent Mercado. For more than a half a century, our family has served generations of families with sound and innovative solutions to their foot and ankle needs. We're one of the leading foot and ankle centers in Illinois and have 4 convenient locations to better serve you. Let our family take care of your family. Please call today to set up an appointment.
Call Mercado Foot and Ankle Centers now at 708-383-6800 or visit oamercado.com. That's 708-383-6800 or online at oamercado.com. 708-383-6800.
I'm Steve Sidkowski, a former Wall Street insider. I'm holding a book that will show you investing strategies which could help you earn the kind of money you've always dreamed about. And right now, I'm giving this book away for free. So who needs to read it? If you're in the middle of your career and worry you'll never have enough money to retire, you need to read this book. If you're already retired and your income isn't enough, you need to read this book. And if you don't want to be selling burgers at 80, you need to read this free book. It includes the strategy I use to make a 72% profit on a trade where the stock only moved 12%. You'll need at least $1 million to ever fully retire. If you're behind on that goal, you really need to read Trade Like the Pros. And you can for free by calling 1-800-700-1785. Skeptical that it will deliver results? It's a free book, so what do you have to lose? Find out how at 1-800-700-1785. 1-800-700-1785.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer, a proposed drug and alcohol center in the heart of liberal Lakeview. We'll have the story.
Shocking. Liberalism only extends to their backyards in Lakeview. Boy, what a surprise. 808.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching for you. Police and sheriff's deputies investigating a deadly hazardous materials situation in Des Plaines. There's a new superintendent selected to head Chicago Catholic schools, and Second City shows are canceled through the weekend. We'll tell you why. Cubs drop a series to the Giants, Sox winners over the Mariners, and sunshine gives way to clouds later today with a high of 77. Complete look at weather after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Stores are reopening this morning in the Virginia Shopping Center where Candles and Flowers mark Wednesday's live on TV shooting.
If he hadn't had a gun, he'd have had a knife or he'd had a machete. He was bound and determined.
So Tim Gardner, whose wife Vicky was wounded and is in good condition, blames the man, not the gun. He says she dodged and ducked as Vester Flanagan shot and then curled into a ball, and the bullet just missed her spine and aorta.
So she was lucky the way she got shot.
Allison Parker and Adam Ward, not so lucky.
We will walk together.
There was another vigil for them last night outside their TV station in Roanoke. Classes delayed this morning at Savannah State University in Georgia, where a student was shot and killed last night, and the search for the gunman continues. Florida's governor has just declared a state of emergency as Tropical Storm Erica moves closer, but it's expected to weaken today.
We are not bringing Erica to hurricane strength. We are keeping it as a tropical storm during the next 4 to 5 days.
Dennis Feldkin of the National Hurricane Center. Erica's deadly storm on the island of Dominica. Flash flooding and mudslides killed 4 people. Several others are missing. It's raining on Puerto Rico now. More migrants are dying in the flock to Europe. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, 71 people found in a truck found parked by a highway in Austria. Their decomposing remains discovered by police. Off Libya, some 200 people thought to be missing after a migrant boat capsized. Hundreds of thousands of people from places like Syria and Iraq taking their chances with people smugglers in the hope of a better life in Europe. Austria's interior minister saying,
I think the best way is to build legal ways to Europe.
Saying that would put smugglers out of business, Dave.
Simon, the Wall Street seesaw could go back down at the opening bell. Futures are falling. The last 2 big rebound days brought the Dow back up nearly 1,000 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly cloudy skies, 60 degrees, 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. City and state transportation officials putting up the warning again this weekend. Another weekend of road closures and heavy traffic at the Circle interchange as big construction continues as they try and minimize congestion at one of the nation's worst bottlenecks. All shows at Chicago's Second City Theater are canceled through at least the end of the weekend. If you have tickets for today through Sunday, The theater is offering refunds after a fire tore through the building that houses portions of that theater, causing heavy damage in Old Town on Wednesday. Authorities worked deep into the night after a hazardous materials incident at a suburban Chicago townhouse left 2 men dead and a woman critically hurt. Officials have not revealed the nature of the hazardous material involved. Emergency crews went into the home in unincorporated Des Plaines Thursday afternoon after calls for help. Cook County sheriffs say four of its own officers at the scene entered the building and then had trouble breathing. They were hospitalized for evaluation, then later released. Chicago sports. Giants rout the Cubs 9-1 in the rubber match of that 3-game set in San Francisco. White Sox beat the Mariners 4-2. Bears battle the Bengals in a preseason affair tomorrow. The news a service of the City of Chicago and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere, so help keep our community safe by calling 855-RPRT-2S4. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security. It's 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Chris Honig.
From the Fox Business Network, Dow futures are down more than 100 points in pre-market trading, setting up for the potential of yet another big swing on Wall Street. Yesterday's 369-point gain marked the 6th straight day the Dow won or lost by more than 200 points. That's something it's never done before. So is this volatility here to stay?
This has been somewhat of a Fed-induced rally. Right. Obviously, the message has been dovish. This rally could hold for several weeks.
Chad Morganlander of Washington Crossing Advisors tells Fox Business the markets could swing anywhere between 5 and 10% before they settle. The Defense Department announced it will invest in research to develop clothing with built-in electronics. The hope is to create wearable health monitors for the military. And a big change coming for video advertising on the web. Google is programming its Chrome browser to prevent autoplay videos from starting until a user focuses on that page's tab. With the Fox Business Reports, I'm Chris Honig.
8:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Eating uncontrollably during a binge. Eating far more than others would in a similar situation. Eating and then feeling terrible. Binging at least weekly for 3 months. Sound familiar?
Hi, I'm Monica Seles. I got to achieve my Grand Slam title, but off the tennis court, my binge eating was just uncontrollable. My doctor said it was binge eating disorder. There is hope.
Adults, get the full symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor. Sponsored by Shire.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the 2nd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
It's 8:06, and in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the northbound tri-state, traffic is really jammed from 95th to 31st, where there's a disabled dump truck on the right shoulder. Then at the Hinsdale Oasis, there's a crash in the left lane, and it's heavy again at 290. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow 25 to 59, and 2E to Lee. Westbound, there's a delay, 25 to 31, with construction in the right lane. Reagan Tollway, heavy Farnsworth to 59, Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. There's a delay on northbound 53, Gulf Road to the Adams Tollway. Eden's inbound, 19 minutes like Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Kennedy with delays starting at Montrose, 41 minutes O'Hare to downtown, and outbound 41. The Eisenhower, now 41 minutes Thorndale to downtown, outbound 37. The Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 36. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Clouds will increase today with a high 77. Cloudy with a couple of late-night showers tonight, low 65. Cloudy and humid with a couple of showers around tomorrow with a thunderstorm later in the day and a shower or thunderstorm around for the evening, high 75. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Mostly cloudy right now. A little sun sneaking through. 62 at O'Hare. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Business Insanity Radio Show with Barry Moltz, Sunday nights at 11. It's all about getting your business unstuck and moving forward.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In the political world tonight, all eyes on Vice President Joe Biden. New poll numbers show he's riding a wave of popularity over Hillary Clinton.
Allison Parker and Adam Ward were part of our family.
We can probably screen more, but by and large, we get great employees here. One's going to slip through the cracks every now and then.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm going to try and contain my glee over this story, but it's going to be difficult. I have to tell you, this NIMBY story in Liberal Lakeview, where they love their Tom Tunney. They love their Rahm Emanuel. They love all their Chicago Democrats. They love all the leftist politicians who have no respect for private property rights, who negatively impact quality of life without a concern in the world. They're eager to show up on Election Day to vote for those ruling class Pauls. But boy, oh boy, when the policy choices are visited in their backyard, they're singing a different tune, aren't they, Lakeview Amy?
Yeah, many residents believe that if this Rosecrans drug and alcohol group home comes to fruition, the proposed site is at Ashland and Waveland. They're afraid that their safe, quiet neighborhood would be forever changed.
I'm definitely against it, given the neighborhood and that we have 44 kids in our block and the proximity of the possibility of that center so close to the park and the school makes me extremely nervous as a mom of 3 kids.
Why? Because there are no drunks or drug addicts in Lakeview?
Well, they'll be living about 24 to 30 individuals would live in the building, and they believe that people are going to be smoking outside that building and creating a scene.
Of course, those people will be hanging outside just on the street corner there, smoking, and who knows what else.
Oh, yeah.
And their friends that may come to visit them, nobody knows their background either. So
Sure, these friends of people who drink alcohol, unlike the noblemen and magistrates you normally have ambling around Lakeview on a daily basis.
Speaking of alcohol, there's
I
the
love
temptation.
the arrogance.
Because
I love it.
Across the street from this Rosecrans proposed site is a bar and a liquor store.
And that's obviously temptation isn't really going to help. Hopefully, for the most part, they're going to be able to stay away from there. But how are you going to ever enforce that?
Yeah. First round's on me. Here's the deal. So these people who have apparently acknowledged a problem with drugs and or alcohol are in a treatment environment. What about everybody else in Lakeview who isn't? I mean,
or at least they're contained. Is that what you're saying?
Present company excluded.
But they're afraid that if there are heroin and drug addicts close by, that they might escape. Listen to this.
I mean, just the fact that it's going to be a methadone clinic moving into this area, you can obviously expect, recovering, quote unquote, recovering drug users to come in here. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that'll find it very helpful, but I'm sure that there's some that are going to relapse, you know what I mean, and aren't going to work out so well.
What do you think they'll do to people in the neighborhood? I mean, if they relapse?
In the neighborhood, knowing how drug addicts are and knowing how people like that are, it's definitely going to be a negative. It's going to have people begging. It's going to have crimes going to go up. I mean, not to mention property values around here are going to drop with this big, huge building full of, technically drug addicts.
I've got a way to address that. I mean, especially the property values thing. Let's have more liberal policies that are supported by those neighborhoods. And I apologize to the few free market people who probably live in Lakeview. But, I'm in the same boat over there in Streeterville. But let's have, put a windmill on top of that group home, maybe some solar panels, a cell tower. monetize the property and all the other liberal policies that they like and that they like in somebody else's neighborhood, have them visited upon their neighborhood so maybe they start to understand the impact of what they otherwise advocate for a little bit more information in this discussion.
Because we need information. Information is power.
And the impact and, important questions like the success rate Rosecrans has in getting people who are addicted to drugs and alcohol on a better path. We're now joined by Christopher Yadrin. He's the director of Chicago Recovery Services for Rosecrans. Christopher, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, glad to be here. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
So some of the concerns you heard from area residents about what could come to pass, how does Rosecrans run their operation, and how do you address some of the concerns that are raised?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, so I really appreciate the chance to clarify some of that this morning. Rosecrans has been around actually 99 years. We started off as an orphanage, so we didn't start doing this yesterday. And we have about 39 sites around Chicago, Rockford, southern Wisconsin. And so this is just a recent effort to continue the mission to really help people who have a need for recovery. So it's a shame the way a lot of these individuals are being villainized because, it's just not often, these aren't people who are going to be wandering the streets selling needles to kids or passing out drugs. These are young adults who have made some mistakes, have an illness, but also have chosen, it's a voluntary program. They've chosen to get into recovery and they need help.
Well, what about the fact, have lived in the neighborhood for almost 20 years. Is there going to be a methadone clinic on the first floor? Because that is either a rumor or is that true? Help me out.
Right, that would be a rumor. It's not a treatment philosophy that Rosecrans is a part of. It's not a methadone clinic. The first floor will be a counseling center, and so it'll be focused on behavioral health counseling for individuals with a primary diagnosis of substance abuse. And so there won't be any medication dispersed at the center. It's individual, family, and group counseling.
And I'm reading from this flyer that the Lakeview Action Committee put out. This is really getting it.
This is a little bit every overheated. Day in my mailbox. It's a hot button issue.
So one of the accusations, Rosecrans has no experience operating inner city facilities. Is Lakeview inner city? They suggest Rosecrans operations are remote campus-based facilities or homes in suburban areas. Lakeview is basically a suburban area, isn't it?
Not last time I checked. No, we're right on Ashland and Waveland. It's not an inner city environment. And what we've said all along is it's real. You can have a real crummy center out in the middle of nowhere in a rural area. It's really more about the operator, and does the operator uphold the standards that are necessary, in terms of structure and accountability. And so you can run a great center in the country. You can run a great center in the city if you hold people accountable and you do good work. We're accredited by the Joint Commission. We run licensed facilities by the Division of Alcoholism and Substance Abuse in Illinois. We're not somebody who, like I said earlier, we didn't start doing this yesterday. We run 5 homes. One of our homes in Rockford, it's an adult recovery home. It's across the street from an elementary school where we're there, and we have a great relationship with them.
I've got a suggestion to make this more palatable for Lakeview residents. Amy, maybe you'd agree with me on this. We can forge some common ground. You need to get some celebrity in there, like Justin Bieber needs to go to rehab there, and then it would be fun.
Oh, then it would be okay?
Yeah. Well, it would be to the residents probably, these, adult residents in Lakeview.
Well, that's what we're concerned about. Who are going to be residents in this treatment center? They say 40% of the residents will be coming from out of state and 80% will be from outside of Chicago.
Yeah, I'm not sure where those statistics come from. Currently, that's likely the case. Currently, Rosecrans, our population, we serve about 22,000 people annually through our different sites. About 60% of the individuals we serve are from the Metro Chicago area. So I don't know if they extrapolated some statistics from that number, but we serve people from all around, many of whom, as I just said, 60% are from the metropolitan Chicago area. But, we serve people from the Midwest, most significantly Illinois, Wisconsin, Indiana, all around.
We're talking to Christopher Yadrin. He's the director of Chicago Recovery Services for Rosecrans. They're putting up a group home in Amy's neighborhood, and all her liberal friends are upset.
Well, they're scared, too.
Well-
and I know that sounds goofy, but that's what I hear. I hear fear.
Well, so to that point, Christopher, what is the oversight protocol for the residents of the group home?
The oversight, safety is a concern for everybody. I mean, I can certainly appreciate people being afraid if they don't have information. But if they have rational questions, we'd be happy to provide, rational and helpful answers. And so, Rosecrans, as I've said, we have we have standard operating procedures to protect that. If someone brings drugs or alcohol into the facility and compromises safety, they'd be referred to another site. People who are a threat to themselves or others and need a greater level of care are referred to a different program. We'll have about 16 to 17 staff, not all at the same time, but at different points throughout the day. Licensed counselors, a medical physician who's the attending physician for the site, multiple individuals who serve as support and coaches and counselors for these.
My phone's going nuts right now with questions for you. Group therapy, will that be held outside, possibly near that park across the street?
No, we hold sessions inside for the purpose of maintaining privacy and confidentiality, and so sessions services are conducted inside the building.
Okay, and what about, will these people be free to come in and out? Are they going to have jobs, and are we talking high schoolers? Are we talking young adults?
Yeah, that's a great question. Young adults, the focus of the program, the greatest need in our society for help is for young adults 18 to 29 years old. So this facility is focused on young adults 18 to 29, and there won't be any adolescents, or children served at the facility. Someone could be a little bit older, but that's really the focus.
When it comes to standard operating procedure with respect to the residents or those that are admitted to the program, what about criminal background? It's one thing to talk about drug possession charges, it's another thing to talk about violent crime.
Right. We do have exclusionary criteria that are part of our program, and that's not meant to discriminate in any way. It's to determine, clinical need and what's the best environment and appropriate environment. And so this particular program would not be designed to serve individuals with a violent criminal history or individuals who have committed sexual crimes or violent crimes. Those individuals would need to receive services somewhere else. That's just not the type of facility this is. Oftentimes, as part of someone struggling with substance abuse, there might be. I would have to admit there might be a previous arrest for possession or something like that. But typically, we're not. That's the type of charge an individual might have. This is. I think one of the issues is that substance abuse or use has been conflated with criminality, and not every person who's struggling with a substance use disorder is a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's unfair.
This is a great question. Will they be allowed out at night?
Well, there are curfews in place, and that would depend on a number of factors. There are individuals who are in earlier stages of recovery, and there are individuals who might have been clean and sober. And as you mentioned earlier, Amy, too, I don't know if I answered. I mean, there's requirements to have a job or to get enrolled in school. And so the standard curfew for the building would be 11 p.m., which is much earlier than the rest of Lakeview. But other individuals might have jobs or be involved in 12-step meetings that have them out a little bit later. But, this is a closely monitored program.
Will they be housed in bamboo cages where Lakeview families can come and visit them like they go to the zoo and feed them? Because I think that's what some of these Lakeview residents would like. Would you be amenable to that?
We prefer metal crates. I don't know where you're from, family.
Yeah. And how is Tom Tunney is the alderman in question here? Mm-hmm. How is Tom Tunney suggested that he is going to be up your rear end every day like he is the Ricketts family with the Wrigley redevelopment?
The alderman's office has been helpful so far in the process. I don't believe that the alderman has either come out in favor or against the project. I think he's made it clear he wants Rosecrans to have a fair chance to in terms of community process. So far that's been.
But he doesn't want to piss off his constituents, so he never commits on camera or even when I called him to either being for or against the program.
That's what we call leadership in Chicago. Yeah, so, and Christopher, before we let you jump, you mentioned Rockford. You have a good relationship. Obviously, you've been in business for 100 years. You've got facilities all over the place. So when you embed in a neighborhood or a community, what has been the experience everywhere else Rosencrantz has a group home like this?
We operate these homes without incident. I mean, we have 5 homes. We have about 100, I believe, about 160, 170 individuals total in those homes. We do not have problems. People are not held in bamboo crates or cages. Visits occur off campus. They get involved in, they'll go work out at the local gym. They'll have a job in the community.
Yoga.
I know this stuff sounds really terrible, but they'll have jobs. They'll go to school, and they'll volunteer in the neighborhood, which I know is also
They can volunteer at my house.
controversial.
That's very controversial.
Of our other 5 recovery homes, we've logged over 13,000 hours annually of volunteer service. And so people say, how does this contribute or give back to the neighborhood? I'd say that's a very tangible way that our residents have given back. So,
Christopher Yadrin, Director of Chicago Recovery Services for Rosecrans. Good luck with those teetotalers in Lakeview. Appreciate you joining us.
Thanks so much for the time. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
You have to be a good neighbor. Otherwise, I'm going to be up your butt every day. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be up the butt every day to make sure that the commitments that Ricketts make and the commitments that the mayor makes are actually solidified by your support as colleagues.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Still makes me laugh. Cloudy start to your fun Friday, but we should have some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 77 degrees. Tonight, a shower late, and then tomorrow morning for the triathlon, it will be mostly cloudy, humid, a couple of showers, a thunderstorm later, a high of 75. And on Sunday for the adult triathlon, more clouds than sun, a high of 77. Let's see if there's traffic tie-ups yet related to that. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. The biggest problem right now is on the northbound tri-state, 294. It's really jammed from 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis. A crash there just moved to the left shoulder. Otherwise, the tollways are lighter than usual. There is a westbound Adams tollway delay from 25 to 31. It's due to some right lane construction. The Eden's pretty light. 19 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Kennedy, 36 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. The Eisenhower, 41 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop. The delays start around Harlem, outbound 37. Inbound Stevenson, just a 5-minute delay central to Kedzie. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Oh, I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every morning, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. Susan wrote that she's been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and small lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. I do use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. Not only Susan, folks, but I use it as well, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. I guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323.
At LifeQuotes.com, you can compare the rates of 50 top-rated life insurance companies in seconds. A healthy 40-year-old male can now apply for $500,000 of high-quality term life insurance for less than $22 per month. A $1 million policy can cost as little as $33 per month. Females pay even less. The LifeQuotes.com price comparison service is online, private, and convenient. And if your health history is less than perfect, our rater can handle up to 35 common illnesses such as elevated cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and more. We make it easy to search the market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. 300,000 people have saved money buying life insurance policies through lifequotes.com because they liked our direct style of doing business. Visit lifequotes.com today to see how much you could save.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Are you willing to pay more for life insurance than you should? Well, did you know you could save as much as 70% on term life insurance? Hi, I'm Brent Langdon for AIG Direct. We partnered with American General Life to find you their most affordable rates on term life insurance products. And I mean affordable. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. Call 1-800-941-9366. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how much we could save you. It only takes 5 minutes, and you could save up to 70%, and the call is absolutely free. Call 1-800-941-9366. That's 1-800-941-9366.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. Glad you're here with us today. HealthQuest Radio is Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science program. I've been an integrated healthcare practitioner for over 33 years now, and if you've been wondering what it's like to be a patient in our HealthQuest offices, well, take a look at our website. Go to healthquestradio.com under Testimonials and Tales of Wonder, right on the homepage, where you'll find many encouraging stories of success straight from our patient's mouth. Would you like to be done with those migraine headaches, get your insulin under control, feel more energetic, maybe having better sex, get that libido in gear again, discover why you eat for every emotion, and then get it under control? On medication and want to be off of it? Whatever health challenges you the most, you can schedule your new patient consult with me just by calling our HealthQuest Radio hotline at 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855.
For collectors of coins and currency, investors, or people who want to check out some fantastic history, make plans to attend the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show presented by the Illinois Numismatic Association. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th. Admission and parking is free. Just bring your photo ID. This is one of the largest shows in the country, with hundreds of dealers and displays valued at millions of dollars. If you're a serious collector, this is a show you can't miss. If you're an investor or just want to find out more about coins and currency, this show is a can't miss. Bring the friends and family and look at history right in front of you. Don't miss special events for kids on Saturday, seminars and events all weekend long. The Illinois Numismatic Association presents the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Thursday and Friday, view items for a rare coin auction that starts Friday at 4 p.m. Get more information at ilnaclub.info.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Republican presidential candidates talking about how to deal with China. Hillary Clinton talking about how to deal with Joe Biden. We'll talk to Reed Epstein from the Wall Street Journal at 8:38.
And then new words you need to know and how they relate to Dan Proft. We'll explain, but first let's go back into the newsroom to another manly man. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 61 degrees. Stock futures fell overnight, and Wall Street is gearing up for another day on the markets, up or down. Fluctuations have been big since the worldwide financial earthquake hit China and then reverberated around the world. However, strong economic data and nervousness among OPEC nations and the hints the Fed will not raise interest rates next month have stabilized the markets. Parts of Florida getting ready as Tropical Storm Erica marches across the Caribbean with its sights set on the Sunshine State. School officials in Georgia say Christopher Starks of Atlanta died following a shooting at Savannah State University. The campus was placed on lockdown all last night after shots rang out. No arrests have been made. In Ferguson, Missouri, Police Chief Andre Anderson has high praise for police who arrested the suspect wanted for the murder of a 9-year-old girl.
Through their positive interactions with the family and the communities and the clergy, we were able to make a great difference with respect to solving this case.
Dearis Brown confessed to shooting that girl, Jamila Bolden, while she was inside her home doing homework. She's being held on $750,000 bond. Well, this may be a debate topic at the upcoming CNN event in a few weeks. Donald Trump wants the world to know his hair is real.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair. I swear.
During a speech yesterday in Greenville, South Carolina, the GOP presidential frontrunner, in an attempt to prove the hair on his head is not a wig, called up a woman from the audience to inspect the hairdo. She tugged on it, said it's real. City and state transportation officials here in Chicago warning motorists again to prepare for another weekend of road closures and heavy traffic at the Circle interchange. All shows at the Chicago Second City Theater are canceled at least through the weekend because of the heavy fire damage done to the building on Wednesday. Bulls point guard Derrick Rose denying claims that he sexually assaulted an ex-girlfriend. A Rose spokesperson says the suit is full of lies. Police are on the lookout for a man who reportedly tried to abduct two sixth-grade girls in Aurora. Police say the man told the girls to get inside his car near Linda Court and Best Place. Those girls took off for the safety of a nearby Walmart. Chicago sports, Giants rout the Cubs 9-1. Was the White Sox over the Mariners 4-2. Bears and Bengals tomorrow in the NFL preseason. The news, a service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donations are really going? At Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having on their life. Learn more at unbound.org. 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes we haven't seen the last of Joe Biden.
Joe Biden huddling with Elizabeth Warren at his residence over the weekend unexpectedly. He summoned Elizabeth Chief Pocahontas Warren. I'm telling you, I've been saying it all along. Joe Biden's going to run. Get ready for a Biden-Warren ticket.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Every month, Heather Cook helps dozens of people file claims for life insurance bought through SelectQuote. The stories she tells are inspiring. Like this one about Joe, a 39-year-old research analyst. Joe was healthy, but with a wife and 2 sons, he realized he needed life insurance just in case. Joe called SelectQuote. His agent, Scott, shopped a number of highly rated term life companies, and though Joe's budget was tight, got him a $1 million policy he could afford. Last April, Joe died from heart failure. But thanks to his life insurance through SelectQuote, his family can keep the house, and the boys can go to college. See how affordable SelectQuote can make just in case for you.
For a free quote, call 1-800-979-5539. 1-800-979-5539. 1-800-979-5539. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
There has been a trend for many years of watching God get pushed out of the classroom. Well, BJU Press is a place that will help you teach the biblical truths that aren't allowed in the public schools. Their homeschool textbooks at BJU Press mirror the Christian values that you're already teaching your kids. Children often find school boring or unimportant. That's because they don't understand how each subject plays an important role in God's plan for them. School shouldn't be a chore. It shouldn't be a drudgery. You want to be a homeschooling parent? You want it to be a fun, easy process? Well, BJU Press education materials are academically sound and designed to fully equip children for college and the workplace. The BJU Press homeschool curriculum exceeds all national academic standards. The content of BJU Press textbooks is accurate, dependable, well-researched. For more information, I urge you to go to bjupresshomeschool.com. They've been at this since 1974. They know so much about this homeschooling environment. You're going to want to meet them. bjupresshomeschool.com. bjupresshomeschool.com.
8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. CTA says southbound Red Line trains are stopped at Bryn Mawr due to a sick customer. West Loop Canal remains blocked between Fulton and Kinsey after a water main break. Eden's inbound is clear. 19 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose and outbound 26. Kennedy with delays starting at Montrose. 36 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 33. The Eisenhower, 40 minutes Thorndale to downtown, outbound 37. Stevenson, 39 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. It's slow approaching the Tri-State due to delays on 294. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown, Northbound Lakeshore Drive slow from the Stevenson to Jackson, and on the northbound Tri-State, it's jammed 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis with a crash on the left shoulder, and slow from the O'Hare Oasis to Irving Park with a crash on the right shoulder. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte at AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Sunshine will give way to clouds today. Watch out for a couple of showers late overnight. 61 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Live in Sports with Russ Gangler. Join the sports discussion every Sunday night at 10 on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, don't be caught without the facts. Listen to me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. I'll tell you what, Amy, I'm very concerned after hearing Hillary on the stump in Ohio yesterday. I think we need to be worried about the Republican Party, regardless who their nominee is.
Yeah.
I think we need to be worried about the Republican Party imposing Sharia law in this country. I believe Carly Fiorina is having a press conference today to roll out a proposal to ban women from driving.
That's right, yeah.
So I'm
don't look at me the wrong way, and don't you dare cheat on your husband, ladies.
I'm very concerned about what Hillary had to say. Reed Epstein, lead writer for the Washington Wire for Wall Street Journal's Washington Bureau, joins us now. Reed, thanks for joining us.
Morning, guys.
So should I be concerned about the imposition of Islamic republic of sorts if the Republicans win the White House?
I wouldn't lose a whole lot of sleep over that.
Okay, well, I'm just going by what Hillary said.
Hillary's the broader point that she's making is one that a lot of people in Republican circles are, in fact, worried about, that the party is sort of sequestering itself among sort of in a demographic that's only going to appeal to white people, that they are alienating Hispanics and other minorities with some of their rhetoric on immigration, and certainly Hillary Clinton and the Democrats are trying to take advantage of that as best they can. We saw a super PAC that supports Hillary Clinton Priorities USA came out with an ad this week in English and Spanish that was just sort of a compilation or a mashup of clips of Donald Trump, Jeb Bush, and Scott Walker talking about their efforts to deal with the immigration crisis in terms that a lot of Hispanic people find very offensive.
Well, when do you think she's going to stop perpetuating the stereotype that Republicans hate women? Because that's what I heard yesterday when she was saying, is that ever going to stop during this whole campaign?
Well, she is trying to use some of the Republicans' words against them. We've seen Scott Walker and Marco Rubio saying that they oppose abortion in all cases, including if the life of the mother is at risk. We've seen Republicans oppose some equal pay legislation, equal pay rules. Those are things that play right into Hillary Clinton and the Democrats' playbook, that they're trying to make the case that Republicans are anti-women, and some of these Republican candidates are giving them ammunition to do so.
Well, isn't Hillary's toy about to be taken away from her if we do have a Biden-Warren ticket enter the race? Well, how does Hillary counter Sandra Fluck as her vice presidential nominee?
Well, I don't think you're going to see a Biden-Warren ticket. I think that's fairly unlikely. I think, but Biden does present Hillary's campaign with some pretty substantial challenges. I think if it seems pretty clear that if she wasn't in sort of this trouble she's in, she hadn't had such trouble answering questions about her email server that you probably wouldn't be having this discussion about Joe Biden. Her numbers would be better. Some of the honest and trustworthy numbers in recent polls for Secretary Clinton have been very bad. And it's sort of left an opening for Vice President Biden to offer serious consideration to entering the race.
So you think, well, I'm not going to suggest what you think. I'm going to ask you the question. We're talking to Reed Epstein, by the way, Wall Street Journal's Washington Bureau, lead writer for the Washington Wire. So do you think Joe Biden gets in, but Elizabeth Warren isn't part of it? And if so, why wouldn't Elizabeth Warren be part of it?
Well, Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren had a meeting over the weekend. There's no evidence that they would get in as a ticket. I think there's some sort of overheated speculation from some Biden supporters of that. Biden and Warren have, in the past, not gotten along on a number of issues. Elizabeth Warren was very critical of when Joe Biden, when he was in the Senate, he was a senator from Delaware and defended, a lot of corporations are based in Delaware because it has some advantageous tax laws and bankruptcy laws in Delaware that Biden has defended and Warren has been highly critical of. So I think that they certainly know each other. Warren worked in the Obama administration before she was in the Senate. I don't think that you're going to see Biden jump in with a Warren endorsement right away.
But Reed, who in the world would he team up with? I mean, who's left in the Democratic bullpen?
Well, there's a lot of Obama people from 2008 that never quite trusted Hillary Clinton. There's people who haven't signed on to the Clinton campaign from the Obama circle. Certainly, a lot of sort of the bold-faced names and people are with Mrs. Clinton, but the national finance chairman for the draft Biden campaign is a guy who was on the Obama National Finance Committee, a guy from New York named John Cooper. He's working to raise money to draft Biden. A lot of these folks could move over to a Biden campaign if it were to exist.
Going into the summer, the tier one candidates on the Republican side were kind of believed conventionally to be Jeb, Scott Walker, Marco Rubio, maybe Rand Paul or Ted Cruz in that fourth position. Of those top 3 or 4 now at this stage in the campaign, who is in the least trouble?
Yeah, it's a good question. The Republican primaries really sort of turned itself on its head, and everything that we thought we knew 2 months ago, we don't. And it's become Donald Trump really with being the sort of the sun at the center of the solar system, taking all the attention, and all the other candidates, pretty much with the exception of Rubio and John Kasich, you see everyone else sort of acting and reacting to what Donald Trump is doing and saying. It's really been quite fascinating. Not only is he leading in the polls, but he's also dictating the terms of the conversation for everyone else. And we've seen Scott Walker and Bush make unforced errors in responding to Trump. We've seen Marco Rubio, in taking a wide turn around Trump, really kind of disappear a little bit in some of the conversation. And it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out going through the fall, sort of how durable the Trump coalition is and whether any of these other guys regain some of the momentum they had in the spring.
Now, the next GOP debate is September 16th. Will Carly Fiorina have a prominent role in that debate?
It's a good question. Fiorina's campaign is making a big public relations push to try to get her onto the first-tier stage. The rules that CNN have set up average all of the polls since about mid-July, so going back before the first debate. And because they are doing it that way, it will make it more difficult for her to catch up because she was scoring so low in the polls before the Fox debate in August. It'll be tough for her to catch up, and I hear from Carly Fiorina's people several times a day with some sort of a message about how well they're doing in the polling now, and how CNN's rules are unfair, and that they're making a concentrated public relations push to get those rules changed, even though, for months everyone has known what these rules are going to be.
There was an interesting piece the other day in the New York Times by the sabermetricians over there, Nate Cohn and the boys, about the invisible primary. Forget the national polls, even the early state polls. They rank the candidates based on how they're doing with financial support, money raising, as well as backing by state party leaders and kind of the other infrastructural type components of running a national campaign. And they put kind of Jeb Bush in a first position, then Trump, then Rubio, and kind of on down the line with Cruz and Walker. How real do you think that is in terms of the invisible primary being something different than the primary we're seeing above the fold if we just look at poll numbers?
It's real, and one sort of impact of sort of the Trump summer is that a lot of that stuff has been frozen. A lot of donors are sort of watching Bush and Walker in particular struggle, and they are keeping their hands on their wallet, at least for the meantime. And you sort of hear from these campaigns that even though even Jeb Bush, who's raised $100 million, that it's not so easy right now for them to raise money, and that in the Walker camp, a lot of folks are waiting until the next debate to see how he does, see if he does better in order to before they write another check. And so for people who are going to give thousands of dollars to these candidates, they want to see them do well before they write another check.
All right. He is Reed Epstein, lead writer for the Washington Wire, Wall Street Journal's Washington Bureau. Reed, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Cloudy start to your Friday, but we should have some peaks of sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 77. Tonight, a chance of a shower late. And tomorrow, Saturday, mostly cloudy, humid, a couple of showers, a passing thunderstorm, a high of 75. And on Sunday, more clouds than sun, unfortunately, but we will hit a high of 77 degrees. Let's get the travel times. How's the outbound Kennedy doing? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. The outbound Kennedy was a mess earlier. Now it's more routine with delays in pockets from Diversey to Sayre. It's about 31 minutes from downtown to O'Hare. Outbound 36, those delays start around Montrose. The Edens is fine inbound. Outbound, there's a 5-minute delay Peterson to Dempster. Inbound Ike, slow Wolf to Manheim, crash in the left lane. It's 45 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 37. Stevenson, about 40 minutes either way between 355 and Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound is good. Northbound it is slow from the Stevenson to Jackson. We still have problems on the northbound tri-state. Slow 95th to 31st, the dump truck on the right shoulder. Then slow from the O'Hare Oasis to Irving Park with a crash on the right shoulder. I'm Jim Talamonte in the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with the new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. See what we did? We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can see a interview I did with Unlock Congress author Michael Golden this week. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio, because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined, absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life, but you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hello. Dan, every Thursday, or actually not every Thursday, but once a quarter on a Thursday, Oxford English Dictionary releases new words that have gained widespread currency in the English language. So some of the new words were released yesterday, and I thought of you because I think you like red wine, right? So there's a word called wine o'clock.
Time to drink wine.
Yeah, the appropriate time of day to start drinking wine, yes.
Which is
5 o'clock.
That's a little late, isn't it?
Well, it could be 5 o'clock on the East Coast.
Now, this didn't replace other words like important words like disestablishmentarianism.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
Oh, good.
There's also beer o'clock. I know you like your beer, so that's the appropriate.
What time's the appropriate time for that?
5 o'clock again. The appropriate time of the day to start drinking beer. It's a noun. Okay, beer o'clock is a noun.
Wine is fine, but liquor's quicker. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. It seems like those should be staggered so you can enjoy different beverages at different times of the day.
Butt dialing, it's a verb, calling someone accidentally with your mobile phone in a rear pocket.
Mm-hmm. Now, that didn't replace a fun word like usufruct, did it?
No, I don't know.
Good.
What does usufruct mean? Excuse me. Excuse me.
Usufruct, it's the legal right to enjoy the property or fruits of the labor of someone else.
Okay. Cat cafe. That's a noun. It's a cafe or similar establishment where people pay to interact with cats housed on the premises.
There's a picture of you next to that word in the Oxford Dictionary, I believe.
This is a good one. Fatberg. It's a noun. It's a very large mass of solid waste in a sewage system consisting especially of fat and personal hygiene products that have been flushed down toilets.
Yes,
okay, could have done better without reading
vivid.
that one.
Thank you for
but
that
this one is the one that made me think of you and maybe David and Cesar Perez. Manspreading. Manspreading. It's now a word. The terms coined by commuters refer to men on public transport who separate their legs wide apart and encroach on neighboring seats. It's now been added to the OxfordDictionaries.com. And I see this all the time. I can't stand when men have their legs, spread out like that when you're sitting on an airplane or if you're on a train or really anywhere. We don't need to see that.
Yeah.
Why don't you do what we do and just cross your legs?
That's good advice. Boy, I'm gonna think about that as I peruse the other new words in the Oxford Dictionary.
I don't know what this world is coming to. You see that man over there? We arrested him for mopery.
What's mopery?
Mopery is exposing yourself to a blind person.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
When flipping houses, there's one golden rule. Cash talks. I'm going to show you how you can easily get $10,000 plus all the cash you'll ever need for free. I'm Andrew Holmes, popular radio show host and founder of Chicago's #1 flipping team. And I've flipped over 600 houses in Chicago right under your nose. And now I'm going to show you how. I'm holding a free seminar right here in the Chicagoland area where I'll give a select few the opportunity to use my funding to flip houses and net up to $40,000 $3,000 per deal without spending a dime of your own money. You don't need good credit and you don't need any of your own money. If the deal is good, you'll get the funds. The first 100 people to call 844-MONEY40 and register will receive my Blueprint to Real Estate Wealth System for free. All you have to do is find a great deal and pass it on to me, and I'll give you $10,000. Time is running out. Seating is very limited. Call 844-MONEY40. That's 844-MONEY40.
Got a great night's sleep last night, all thanks to MyPillow. It conforms to your neck and back. It helps if you have chronic headaches, neck and back pain. I have scoliosis, so it works wonderfully for me. And if it gets dirty, I just throw it in the washer and dryer, and it's good to go the next night. American made, tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and you could be one too simply by going to mypillow.com. Don't put it off any longer. Go to mypillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, and you will get 2 MyPillows for the price of 1. MyPillow was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. There's a 10-year warranty on that bad boy and a 60-day full money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied, but I know you'll be. I'm so addicted to mine, I take mine on vacations with me. MyPillow.com.
You should get some for the drug addicts moving into the neighborhood.
Stop it. MyPillow.com. Type in Amy in the promo code or call this number, 800-489-0201. Again, that's 800-489-0201.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention offer Radio 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
Our thanks, as always, to David Stripling, the technical director, Cesar Perez, the executive producer.
Shake and bake.
And to you for listening.
And you know what time it is?
Time to go have fun?
It's not wine o'clock. It's not beer o'clock. According to 872, it's vodka o'clock. And I concur.
We'll have a safe and enjoyable weekend. We'll see you back here Monday morning at 5 a.m. Now let's go back into the news. Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we are watching right now. Police continue to investigate a deadly hazardous materials situation in unincorporated Des Plaines. Derek Rose denies sexual assault allegations that come from an ex-girlfriend. Second City canceling shows through the weekend. We'll tell you why. Cubs drop a series to the Giants while the Sox were winners over the Mariners. Mostly cloudy through the day. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Wall Street's taking our 401ks on a roller coaster ride this week. So this morning,
so happy about that. That's how desperate she is for companionship.
She's coming after you now. Why don't you grab your mic, John, and give me a quick...
Is it this one or
No, this one right here in front of you.
Right here? Okay. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hillary Clinton wants to go to dinner with me.
He should be. Okay. Yeah, he usually comes up from the gym downstairs.
Dan, Hillary wants to go to dinner with me.
What's that?
Hillary wants to go to dinner with me. I'm
Oh,
very
you got-
excited.
you got an email?
Yeah. I'm on all the lists, so it's kind of fun to see what they do.
Mic check, mic check. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Mic check, mic check. Mm-hmm.
Say, Marcus, did you know? I mean, is Jonathan usually over here a little bit more so as far as on the eye line here?
You have Dan right here.
I know I got Dan here with that camera. I'm just speaking here about. I'm sorry, it's John.
John and John will be right there. Yeah, it'll be exactly kind of how it is right here.
Oh, the Bruins.
On the Facebook post,
Mhm.
on the Illinois Rising, you get some, I don't know if it sounds like feedback or something after the first clip, after the TED food cart clip.
Okay.
Sounds like you get some buzzing in there. Afterwards, it goes black, and then there's some buzzing.
Huh.
Check that out.
I'll look at it. It's weird.
And then can we make it when on the end when it says go to upstream dash ideas
Mhm.
for more? Can we make that a link?
On Facebook, you can't.
Okay.
What we can do is Facebook allows you to create like a link on the post, but not actually on the video itself.
Okay.
So it's like,
So
click
maybe
here for
click on
more.
the link below or something.
Something like that. Yeah. All right, we can do that.
And then for the lead-ins, can we make them tighter?
Yeah.
So instead of like a full paragraph, just entrepreneurism is not a Chicago value.
Boom.
Dan
Right
Prock,
there.
boom, and then
Okay. Yeah.
that's
Absolutely.
cool.
Yeah.
What is the Wi-Fi password?
560-1160.
No worries. I hate when all the parking spots
Show
are
will
gone.
not go on without.
Why am I not getting the email? I do. Do you have an extra printout?
Yes.
I would take it if you have, because this is double-sided, and I hate double-sided. And then do you have the articles? That would be great. I'd love to look at those right now, too. I'm trying to do that all morning, and I've started at 6 o'clock and haven't had any time.
So, Lee's calling in?
Yep.
Twitter stand or?
I'm gonna stand.
You're gonna stand?
Yeah.
Does Caesar know? Hey, Caesar, Lee Ariano, who's Mayor of Dixon, is going to be calling in momentarily.
All right, I'll be with.
When do we roll? 9:20.
As soon as we got Lee, we'll go.
Okay.
That's perfect. No, that's good.
Dick sent me a nice note about the videos.
Oh, good.
Yeah, at the start, so he's.
I had a really, really, really good conversation with him yesterday.
He said, no, we'll talk about it. He said Carly was very impressive.
It was amazing.
Liked her a lot.
It was amazing. You know, we've all seen a million, right? What was so interesting, first of all, you know, what you see on TV is kind of how she is there, but better, just because, you know, you're there.
Right.
But the interaction with the audience, the pushback, Jack Miller gave her some pretty good pushback, challenging her, you know, on they're going to accuse you of, being a rich person, income inequality, and
was this like an employee thing, or was it just a select
no? It
group?
was all of Dick's friends.
Yeah, okay.
It was pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Doug was there, and Truex, and Jim Dominic was there.
Is he supporting Truex?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I figured.
Yeah, doing that work in Wisconsin.
What's that?
He's doing work in Wisconsin.
The Ron
Feingold
Johnson.
Run,
Yeah, I know. I see the Curry press releases.
Yeah,
so I figured.
And Ken Cuccinelli was there.
Very interesting.
Which is interesting. He took over for DeMint on the PAC, the conservative PAC.
Oh,
that DeMint had
the Senate Conservative Fund.
Yeah. So what was interesting though, just he's very accomplished. He's skilled, but Dick invited him to stay around afterward and spend some time with Carly because they went back to Dick's office, which I didn't go to that. But Ken left. So Dick, is doing the introduction, gives a shout out to Ken, and Ken has left. He's not there, which just seems really dumb to me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not the pro move.
Why would he leave? Where's he gonna be?
I don't know. I don't know that he'd want to be in any room but that one right then.
No kidding.
It was very nice. Gave me a very nice shout out, which was really, really kind of him.
How was Carly? Did you like her?
So I was just starting to say. So while I've been liking her for a long time, just because she's a client of Crowd Scout, so I've been paying attention. I wouldn't have paid attention, and she's just been so good, right? Yeah. And so she was fantastic. She, I asked her several questions. The one question was, which is one of my favorite hobby horses, is the 19th century destiny of the country was to settle the continent, fix our constitutional problems, Civil War, etc. 20th century destiny was to defeat tyranny in 2 world wars and a Cold War and further fix our problems. What is our 21st century destiny that will unite us rather than divide us? Because this is part of my theory of what's going on in the country, is that we have no unifying purpose that transcends the normal squabbles that go on politically. And she had a very good answer about that, basically about income inequality. That is what we're going to do, is prove that our ideas are the way to solve these problems. And I can't remember exactly how she put it, but she gave I wish I could remember her answer now more specifically than that. But she clearly had thought about that question and gave an answer that was good.
Well, she's her background is in the classics, so she's got a good handle on history.
She made a great joke about that. I forget, like medieval literature or something.
Right.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, pretty funny.
Yeah. And didn't she go to Stanford?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Because that
Dick,
had that in
Dick.
common with Dick.
Yeah.
I think I can't remember.
Yeah, I think we're set.
You gotta help me get her for the show.
I'm working on that right now. So her personal aide is a former intern of ours and was there. So I've got a direct. She said she's going to be helpful on that.
Good.
Now I've made the ask. We'll see what we get.
All right. Keep pushing.
I'm trying to get her to do an event with us.
Well, sure,
and
of
do a
course.
fundraiser.
Let's all check our headphones real quick before we get rolling here. Pop them on. Dan, what you say a few words for us here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chicago's Morning Answer. Illinois Rising.
Carly Fiorina rocked the world. President Fiorina.
Line 1, guys.
Thanks.
The
Is Dix? Is he oscillating at all? Or is he still there?
You mean with Walker?
Yeah.
I think he's still with Walker.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to hedge. I think he's hedging.
He's been under. I mean, it's just that's the problem with Walker. You knew that going in, but it's even more pronounced because of the nature of how this campaign has played out. He's kind of getting lost.
Well, Walker's it's fascinating to me, and you can see it when you see the power of personality with Cruz and Trump and her, right? And Kasich, who I've never thought of as much of a personality, he came across in that debate with Moore.
Yeah.
And Walker just looks small.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
That's just what he is. That's the problem.
Yeah.
All right.
So just recognize that you're on camera.
Ready?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, you with us?
I am.
All right, Lee. We're going to be with you in 1 second, okay?
Sounds good.
Thanks. Dan Proft, and with me this week on another installment of Illinois Rising is Illinois Policy Institute CEO John Tillman. John, great to be with you again.
Glad to be back in town and do the show with you.
Yes. So we've got this unfunded pension liability problem that we've been talking about, it seems like, for decades, more pronounced in recent years. And it's not just at the state level. There's also serious challenges that local units of government, municipalities in particular, have in terms of managing their unfunded pension liabilities that are spiraling as well.
Yeah, in fact, one of the problems is right out in Dixon, where we have the mayor of Dixon, a good friend of the program, is with us on the telephone now. Lee, are you there?
Hey, Lee, do we have you? Hold on. Hey, Lee?
Yep.
All right, hold on 1 second. Sorry about that.
Want to re-rack?
Yeah.
All right. Why don't you introduce him? You're always better at that.
Okay. We're just going to restart altogether. Stop. Reset. All right, restart. Take 2. Good afternoon, Dan Proft, and joining me this week on another installment of Illinois Rising is Illinois Policy Institute CEO John Tillman. John, great to have you back, I should say.
Great to be back. Excited about the show today.
Well, today, the first topic we need to tackle is that of unfunded pension liabilities. We talk about these astronomical numbers at the state level all the time, reforming, readjusting, funding public sector pensions at the state level is a legislative priority of Governor Rauner. But it's also a matter of kind of existential challenge at the local level, local units of government, something that mayors and village boards are dealing with. And perhaps no one has more of a challenge, inherited more of a challenge than the Dixon mayor, Ronald Reagan's hometown. I mean, I know he's born in Tampico, but grew up in Dixon. Lee Arellano is the mayor of Dixon, newly minted mayor of Dixon, who comes into office on the heels of a $53 million embezzlement scandal, as if the economic challenges in Illinois aren't difficult enough. He's got that to deal with, too, as Dixon tries to dig out. And Mayor Arellano joins us now. Lee, thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
So you inherited this, what became a story of international renown, your former city comptroller embezzling $53 million. I know that Dixon was made approximately whole by the combination of the insurance and the auditors insurance, who failed to catch this embezzlement scheme. But where does Dixon find itself just in terms of kind of recovering from that and then transitioning to the challenges that other municipalities are facing as well, most notably unfunded public sector pension liabilities?
Yeah, obviously that was one of the biggest things going into office, knowing that I was going to have to catch up on some of the things that were never paid for and use those settlement funds wisely. One of the biggest problems we have is the holes in the ground, the infrastructure issues. That's kind of what got ignored when the city didn't have money. One of the biggest long-term things that's affecting our budget is infrastructure and pensions. I would probably put the two biggest issues coming up for Dixon, both during my term and going forward.
Well, Lee, John Tillman here. I think the reason this is important to understand a town like Dixon, people have driven out west of the city of Chicago, out on I-88. It's a great place to stop and visit and shop at all the local places. But the thing that I think is interesting is Dixon is really a precursor in many ways to what's happening to the state, what we call the crowding out effect. And you could probably take that whole settlement and put it in the pension fund. It still wouldn't be enough. Talk a little bit about what's happening in the crowding out effect in local services to the people of Dixon because the pensions are out of control.
I'm sorry, I'm losing you there a little bit, John.
I was saying, can you talk about the crowding out effect in your city budget when the pension payments keep ballooning, the infrastructure demands keep growing, local services are still necessary to pick up the trash and all the rest. The rest of your budget is getting crowded out.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and that's exactly what the pensions are basically projected to do in the city. As various governments have realized that they haven't accounted for the looming cost of pensions over the years well, they've had to change their accounting practices. And once we look at more realistic effects on future budgets, it gets really ugly. And the interesting thing is Dixon is one of the better cities in Illinois in terms of positioning, which blows my mind because I know that our fire pension is only a little over 50% funded. Our police pension is only somewhere around 60%. The city of Dixon has been making double payments over what they were projected to owe, and still each year we've been less funded, which tells you how huge that problem is. I mean, we'd have to get up to 2.5 to 3 times payments, and we're starting to talk a quarter of the budget each year going to just pensions, not labor, not infrastructure, not all the other costs, just the pension side of it, and that's a huge hole.
Which is the microcosm of what's happening at the state level. But so what are the conversations like between you and members of your board and representatives from those public sector unions, police, fire, public works, just in terms of understanding what the nature of the problem is and what kind of cooperation you're getting?
I think the interesting thing is everybody knows there's a problem. The union reps understand there's a problem. The pension boards, the city police and fire pension boards understand there's a problem. And we all kind of agree on the scope of the problem. Which is good. It's a critical first step. I think we're all on the same page there. The problem is how to solve it. I think the union side has suggested, well, we should just take recovery funds and just catch up with the pension or make triple payments or, do whatever it takes. But there's an opportunity cost. Every time you do that, that money's coming from somewhere. And like I mentioned, Dixon has some other massive critical needs. We're way behind on infrastructure. The state as a whole is, and Dixon's even further behind because we ignored it during the best years, which was 20 years. And there's opportunity cost with that. So you can't just take money from another account and put it in there to catch up and not have an impact. It's a huge impact.
Well, we see this at the state level. AFSCME, in their proposal to the governor, has proposed essentially a 28% salary increase over 4 years. Obviously, that is something that is not financeable, particularly with the current state of state finances. Well, what's happening with your conversations with unions at the local level in terms of any give on salary and benefits?
It's looking like a tough conversation because one of the problems we have in the city, I'll list 2 major problems, and one is the expectations game. So, your average employee, Dixon has about 100 employees, they get that there's a problem, but they've never seen anybody panicking about it before, so they're used to getting both really good pay and really good, medical and fringe benefits and a pension, and they don't really factor it in. If a public works employee starts at $60,000, he doesn't factor in that the city's paying another 10 to 15 in medical costs, and the pension adds another probably about $20,000 per working year. But he doesn't look at himself and say, I make $90,000 a year, even though the city's paying more than that for him. He says, I'm making $60,000.
Right, and
so the expectations game is rough.
And the other expectation I think is important to communicate to taxpayers and tell the truth about what this fight is about. This fight is about the future earnings of the people of Dixon, the private taxpayers. And what this is a fight between the people who work for those taxpayers in government for their future earnings that they extract from the wallets of your taxpayers. So it's very important to not leave this abstract. This means when they're making these demands, they're demanding that their neighbor across the street, the Little League coach, the parents of their kids' friends, the people they go to church with. You know, it's almost like you're at church and they're expecting their neighbors to pass the plate and continue to have these large salaries for the employees while their own incomes go down because this problem isn't solved. And that's why I think what's dangerous about this from a sort of a civic point of view is it's creating a wedge issue between the people who work for government, who are funded by the private taxpayers, and we're going to treat each other as enemies if we don't figure out a healthy resolution that respects both sides of that equation.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. And one of the things that makes it so frustrating to deal with is it's such a hidden cost. You know, the employees don't factor it in when they think about what they're making. Taxpayers don't really factor it in. You know, one of the things I think the city of Dixon is trying to focus on is talking about the total compensation package so that everybody has a real understanding of what we're paying per employee and how good their compensation packages is. We don't want to demean the work they do. I think we have phenomenal employees in the city of Dixon, but we need to set the expectations, as you mentioned, both for the public as well, but also for the employees, of what this actually costs the taxpayers and how well compensated they are.
We're talking.
The other big problem I mentioned is cities don't have the ability to negotiate the pension formula, so the only